pandemic has given this changing trend and challenging push a disruption in many ways. Before the pandemic, we were discussing scenarios for the future of work. With the pandemic, many elements of that future are already here and they have come in a super fast way. So, how adaptive we are? What are the course correction we should follow? This would be the focus of our today's session. I'm extremely happy to welcome Professor Dr. Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University, to the session as a moderator. Over to you, sir, to start the session. Sir, you have to unmute.
Good morning. Thank you, Dalia, Director of CII. I really want to thank you for allowing me to actually participate yesterday also, where the ministers and others and Keshava Rao actually given a very nice view about this whole conclave. Now, as you mentioned, we are having the third panel right now today, and the first panel of today, which is on future of work in digital economy. Now, as you rightly mentioned, that the pandemic actually catalyzed some of our realization. Now, the realizations are the world of work is in a state of flux, which is causing considerable anxiety, and with good reason. There is growing polarization of the market opportunities between high and low skill jobs, unemployment, underemployment, and stagnating incomes for a large proportion of households and income inequality. So the development of automation enabled by technologies, including robotics and artificial intelligence, brings the promise of higher productivity. And with productivity, economic growth, increased efficiencies, and which is very well reflected right now. If you look at the market right now, the Sensex reached quite high. And why this? Why this transformation actually helped us, and how the digital economy is helping in facilitating a lot of different things. The new concept of work from home, this itself saved a huge amount of money for different industries. And now we can say that as digital labor markets continue to grow, transferring risks and costs onto workers, it is critical that the experience of the individual digital worker is reprioritized as a focus within research and public discourse. Accordingly, this conducts an in-depth empirical investigation into the function, status, and meaning creation of individual workers in the future digital economy. The platform of digital economy and new value creation helps companies leverage technology to be agile in the face of disruption and to create the new digitally enabled business models for a new normal post-COVID, purpose-driven, sustainable, as well as inclusive. In that respect, the 47% of the world's population when actually remain unconnected to the internet, we have to understand that how actually we can make the things much easier for the people to be. So digitalization has become more important than even before. And here it's about reskilling and upskilling the existing workforce at pace and scale, because we have an obligation and responsibility both for now and the future. And in that context, today's panelists who are present with us, they're very renowned, and we are really looking forward to actually hear from them. And I'm really happy that Mr. Vivek Jain, the Executive Vice President and Head Asia, the Corporate Institution and Investment Banking, PE, Wealth, ERC and Treasury of Kotak Mahindra Bank, is with us. Thank you, sir, for joining us, and we are looking forward to your valuable inputs in this particular discussion, in the panel discussion. And we are also very happy to have Mr. Ansul Sanak, who is a principal engineer and global director, Digital Readiness Program, Intel Corporation. Thank you very much for joining us. We are, I don't know, Mr. Sudhakar Gudipati is also joined us, who is a business unit head, vocational education business of TCS ION. And so I'm sure the three of them are going to make this panel discussion such an, what I can say, it's an inclusive in nature, so that other people can also put forward with the questions and get the clarifications. Thank you very much with this brief introduction, and thanking all the participants who are with us today. May I request Mr. Vivek Jain to deliberate on this issue. Mr. Vivek Jain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Chaturpadhyay.
Dhrubajyoti, yeah.
Debajyoti Chaturpadhyay, first. It is a delight to be here today at the forum. It have been associated with CII for some time in the skill development and livelihood. And the work that CII is doing in this area is phenomenal, and the groundwork. Very clearly, as corporate houses, when you deal with CII, you realize the polarization that is so high in the country, and especially sitting in a bank and dealing with MSMEs and SMEs, you again realize that the gap between the skilled and the knowledge workers is so wide and large. You go to IIMs and hire graduates who have passed out from IT IIMs, and you go back and do for agri-finance or tractor finance and hire people from the rural areas, which, as you rightly said, the digital awareness is so low, the overall skill sets are so low, and hence the polarization and the disparity has got further widened, is what my experience has been during this COVID-19 times. Mr. Nandakani was talking about yesterday in some forum that, the number of smartphones that we have is 250 million right now, and that will swing to close to 500 million with the new product that US launched recently, and others also following suit. And hence the whole, we call it as the economy, not as the digital economy now. We are saying that things that are happening through the internet, how things are changing because of the whole business. We are so surprised to know that, that a doctor can see you and prescribe a medicine by just through the internet method. You sometimes really, wonder what is this happening, but this is new reality, and this is the new fact. Having said that, from a labor point of view, I think there are significant changes that the policyholders need to work upon. For example, the whole Shop and Establishment Act that we have. Today, we grapple when you work from home or you're working remotely. How do you address the issue of, 8-hour work or a 45 hours week? When we used to go to office, this was very easily addressable. Today, the work doesn't, we don't know when to start the work and when to end the work. And there is no method how even the leave and holidays, law that we have, or any of these particular ones that I'm talking about, working hours, leave and holidays, how do you control all this while people are working from home? So I think there is a significant shift in mindset that is required. They were beautiful laws. They were meant for the right purposes. There were regulations and laws that were meant for the right purposes. How do you administer that when you go back into the work from home environment? Also, the fact that today there is a strength that while sitting in Bombay, I can approach a person who's sitting in Guwahati to work for the company, need not come to office over here. But the fact is that it is not remaining only in India. The worrisome is that today I find my colleagues in the IT team and others also going out of India also and hiring people as if they are working from home. And hence the whole issue about, Janbhoomi employment and all those get set may take a setback because of that. So there are a whole lot of issues, I think, that we are over here. At Kotak, we define this as a never normal. We believe that this is here to stay. This is not going away. Even after COVID goes away, even after all vaccinations happen, I think people have learned that it is not only about work anymore. It is also about personal life and your own identity and what you do with your families and what you do with your personal self than just working. And that is a beautiful shift, I will say. So it is this whole change is here to stay. And if that is the premise we are dealing with, I think there is a huge change that we need as employees in the industry. I'll continue with my rest of my thoughts later. Over to you, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you. Because you actually touch very important points of this in this particular situation with the polarization, the digital divide. Interestingly, you mentioned about something which is very close to my heart, about the telemedicine, where the doctors are actually, this telemedicine is becoming so important right now. It started a couple of years back, but it never gets popular. But right now, even, you know, that for getting my specs, I don't have to go in mobile. I can have my everything checked by and what sort of frame and the frame things. Everything has been done. Lens cut yesterday, the day before yesterday did that to me. Now, the thing what you mentioned about this, the time of work, concept of the time of work, or concept of this, the leave, holidays, these are absolutely vanishing right now. We could see that even in our profession of in academics, I could see that I'm working much more than before. So that is one of the positive thing what I could find it out. And absolutely rightly you mentioned, because of this only we can meet together with people from any parts of the world. We can have faculty members from distant universities and they are interacting with our students and faculties. That's a huge important thing what we are looking at right now. But the last you said, I find it's absolutely important that it helps us to balance in our life, because work and our social life, how to balance these two together, it is also a big challenge, and it's absolutely going to tell us about the future of this digital economy. Thank you very much. I shall come back to you again. So may I request Mr. Anshul Sonak, the Principal Engineer and Global Director of the Digital Readiness Program of Intel Corporation, please, to deliberate.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Chattopadhyay, and all the esteemed panelists and all the audience. Good morning. It's always a pleasure to talk to my own country fellows. I live in Singapore, and I'm unfortunately affected by future of work and COVID and digitalization, because I have not been able to travel to my home for last 2 years with all this happening. So I can only feel that all of you are safe, and all of your family members and your colleagues are absolutely doing well. So that would be my first point here. The future of work has arrived. We are all working. I mean, I'm working, sitting in my home from one room to another. I used to travel 25 days a month around the world, and I haven't traveled out of one small country, Singapore, for last 2 years now, right? Because of COVID. So my whole life has changed. What I mean, in the industry, what we say is it would have taken normally 7 years for the digitization. That has happened in less than 6 months.
Yeah.
So the pace of digitization is totally unprecedented. Now, though it's a good news for a lot of people, especially the technology industry like ours, it is equally important that we play a very responsible role in making sure that digitalization benefits everybody equally and not just a few people, right? So, and digital readiness is an absolutely, so the digital infrastructure is one important first step in that, but more important is human readiness, people readiness. What can you do with this digital infrastructure and the digital potential of digital economy in that sense? So I just want to kind of give a couple of thoughts as a starter, and then we can have a deliberation on this. Uh, as we talk about, as, I mean, Intel built silicon for Silicon Valley and all the compute which you touch, be it in phone or in your mobile or PCs or laptops or data centers. So we believe that digitalization will only increase. The whole world is becoming digital, but expanding technology inclusiveness, making technology more inclusive and expanding digital readiness will become a more and more critical agenda for government, civil society, academia, industries all put together. So this requires a bigger mission, bigger call to action. It should not be just left on one stakeholder, industry stakeholder or government stakeholder. Everybody has to come together. Otherwise, we have a much bigger divide issues coming up, right? And from a future of work standpoint, let me give you some critical issues which world is going to see and which we are already seeing, right, because of this increased digitalization. The divide of work which humans can do versus machines can do, human machine partnership, right, that has totally changed. So today with current technologies, more than 50% of human work can be done by technologies of today. So that will only increase from here. Now what happens to those people who do not know how to use it, right? I mean, and then what will happen to economies and the personal economies? I mean, that is a big question. So digitalization is going to push this human machine partnership more and more, but what happens to human job? And how do we think about reconfiguring human jobs will be a big issue. So the way to think about this is future of work affects work task, workforce, and workplace. Now, workplace is very obvious. All of you see it every day because most of you are working from home, including me. Uh, Today, I mean, almost 80 to 85% of worldwide workers are working from home around the world. So that has really made a very fundamental shift. And some of you will realize the social contracts, and you talked about leaves and mental health and all the issues. The social contracts are coming at a big risk because of this change in the workplace. Let me talk very briefly about workforce and work task also. Now, the work task, if you think about it, right, you do work with three ways, either with your hand, which is where agricultural work, automobile work, all those things come in. You work with your mind, brain, right? So that's where a lot of the medical example which you gave, right? The legal work, content creation work, all those works. Or you work with your heart, affective domains. So manual work, cognitive work, or affective works. Affective domain would be doctors, nurses, insurance, right? Which we have to build a lot of care economy into picture, right? So the way work task is changing, I just wanted to kind of put it on a table so that you can deliberate about it, right? I mean, Japan, I mean, one of the more established economy in that sense, where aging population is now increasing rapidly, right? 90% of the agriculture, very simple work like crop spraying, I'm just giving a very basic example, right, is now getting done by drones, right? So that is how new technologies are affecting agricultural practices in a countries like this. It's just a matter of time that those kind of technology solutions will start coming into all economies, including agricultural and rural economy from countries like India. And the reason why I want to put it on a table for you is I'm a rural management graduate. I come from IRMA in Anand in Gujarat. So, I mean, I always keep on wondering, okay, if this is a reality where world is going, right? How do we really build smart farming, smart agriculture practices in India much more ahead of the time? And I've been involved in a smart farming practices in countries like Poland, where we are teaching artificial intelligence for agriculture vocational school. So when country like Poland can really bring AI for agriculture vocational school, why can't India do it now rather than waiting for this to come? So that is one big issue on the future of work task. The future of workforce, I mean, I can talk a lot about it, but let me just give two thoughts on this. Issue number one, I mean, since we are a US company, I just want to put an US example, if you allow me, on a table, and then you can multiply the impact and the consequences in an Indian context. Last year, Q4, when COVID really hit maximum in United States, 150,000 women lost jobs, far higher than males who have lost jobs, right? This has happened around the world. The people who are losing jobs or who have already, getting affected are those people who didn't have choices. So, and a lot of jobs. So this is what is called double disruption, COVID and automation hitting at the same time, right? And this double disruption, if you do not understand it, right, and that's to the point of upskilling and reskilling as a national urgency, national mission, this has to get far more higher priority than anything else, according to us. It's not just about infrastructure building, it's really about taking this as a strategic country level topmost priority, and which will require people leadership, community leadership beyond political leadership, because people have to demand for it. People have to be inclusive. People have to have a stake in their success. So from a future of workforce standpoint, that is happening. World Economic Forum, and you will see a lot of these statistics, predicted that just next 4 years, because of all this, almost 85 million jobs are going to disappear. 95 million jobs are going to come back. That's a good news, that there will always be a net job gain eventually, but the net job gain is not going to be equal. It's not that the same person who have lost job is going to get a job back. A classical example of that, which I see in Singapore, and Singapore is one of the most, I would say, robust economy, which forces people to incentivize lifelong learning. So in Singapore, and I'm not a Singaporean national, I'm Indian, but I see here every citizen get $500 every year to go and get reskilled. And now what government is doing here is, if you are 50 plus, you are getting far more support for lifelong learning. Right? So you have to think about policies and the lifelong learning models to address the targeted audience, because the impact will not be equal. The future of workforce, and so for a country like India, which is not an aging economy, unlike maybe Singapore or Japan, you are a younger economy, the issues will be very different. You have already a very big problem of a large number of engineering pool of graduates who are not employable. What happens to them if more and more automation and more COVID, and we are not preparing people for that change? What happens to that economy then, right? A classical example, which as an Indian I see, and I sometimes worry about it, is India, and in my own childhood or in my own college days, we used to always hear that one has to get into an engineering because that will get you a good quality jobs urgently, right? And now today, what we are seeing, because on that engineering, and we are an engineering company, and that's why I'm sharing that as an example. Every day, statistically speaking, because of COVID and automation, almost 600 to 700 jobs are either disappearing or getting taken over by automation, right? And this is just India. I mean, and a very simpler example of this will be all the call centers related jobs, for example, right? And Yatra.com is a classical example in India context, right? Their entire call center is taken over by 2 people, which had 500 people. Now 2 people are doing it with chatbots, artificial intelligence helping the company to stay and survive. So that's what organizations will have to do. That's what countries' economies will have to remodel, right? Now, unless we really deliberate and really be clear what is the right balancing remodeling, right? This issue will remain unequal. So you do not want another divide on top of all the divides or all the inclusion issues which you see in the country. So this is why this issue of future of work, future of workforce, future of work task, future of workplace has to be thought through in a much more holistic, much more comprehensive way, so that no social contract gets broken, and so that you have a right recipe for prosperity. Because at the end of the day, technology has always brought in prosperity. The last 100 years of research will tell you. It's just that it's not equal because we do not understand how to make it equal. It's humans who have to decide the rules, not technology itself. Because technology can be revolutionary, but people are always evolutionary. So that is what will set the pace in this change. That's what I wanted to share initially. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sonak. From from Singapore, you're actually where you have got stuck for the last 2 years because of your restricted traveling. You are with us just like we are interacting with each other. So that is the best thing if we talk about the impact of this COVID on us. Now, as you are mentioning about this pace of this digitalization, it is unprecedented. It's becoming so, and it's in everything. You mentioned about whatever in your engineering workforce, or we came to know from Vivek Jain also about this. In academics also, we find that it is absolutely different. I just mentioned you that 20th March, the lockdown been announced. Now all the schools, college, everything being closed. And everybody is thinking how we're going to continue the education. And the lecturers, the professors, they got really perplexed at how they're going to take classes. When we start this online, it is our students who taught us how to use their online thing. So this is something we learned from our students, and you rightly mentioned, for that, the most important thing is to the mindset. We have to think about the mindset and change the mindset, accept a lot of different things. And this helps the academicians in a very big way to learn from our students about the different skills, the skill sets they have and we don't have. Now, you also mentioned about the certain critical issues and which really are going to be looked upon very seriously about the, say for example, you mentioned about this number of jobs which been vanished. You give the examples of the US where 150 million jobs for the ladies have been not there. Excuse me. But what we could see that the new type of jobs, as you were mentioning, though there will be 85 million jobs are going to disappear, there are new jobs of 95 millions which are going to come. But rightly you said, the problem is the people who are going to lose the job, they are not going to get the job. So it is absolutely different sets of people who are going to get it. And that itself is something the jatracom.com you mentioned. It's really from 500 to 2 people, but it is technology. You rightly mentioned about the revolutionary technologies are helping us in a very big way. The drone used in agriculture, or the Jatra.com using the automation in a completely different way. All these things are the technology revolution, but we have to rely on the human evolution. So that is going to be more important for us. It's very, very nicely you mentioned about you. Thank you very much. And now we will move on to Mr. Sudhakar Giripati,
Yes,
who
sir.
is actually the business head of the vocational education business of TCSI. Sudhakar, please.
Thank you, sir. It's so glad we are actually discussing such an important topic. And I also, Mr. Anshul, you spoke about double disruption. Most of the people are talking about how do we address the issue of automation, but I think we should start looking at how do we address the issues which will arise when people start going back to offices. Having spent 15 years in HR before I moved into skilling domain, um, the way we used to look at the kind of resources which are required in the industry, the skills which are required in the industry is completely changed. I used to look at from a perspective of how many years a particular guy has spent in a sector and qualifications. That is completely changed. Now we look at skills as a most important aspect. In the last 7-8 years, I spent in the skilling ecosystem. Even the way the skilling requirements are there and the changes which are happening is also a huge. It's nowhere relevant what I've seen 7-8 years back, and particularly last 1.5 years. The kind of rapid changes which are happening is completely disruptive. Just to tell you, when after a long time, I got an opportunity to visit my office in TCS in Pune. When I entered, the entry is completely different. Earlier, your security guards used to check whether there is a bomb in your car or your ID card. Today, the first thing what they do is they check your temperature. They ask you to open Arogya Setu app. If I can take that as one example, and when I visited a restaurant, there's no menu card. He comes and says that, sir, you do the QR code and you'll get the menu card in your mobile. Imagine the kind of changes which are happening at this level of workforce, and you can really talk about every job role. I think changes are going to happen everywhere, and particularly on the automation, I think the technology adoption has taken a huge speed. As you rightly said, Mr. Anshul, some of the jobs are becoming completely obsolete, but also there are jobs which are emerging, which we've never thought about, like telemedicine and even career counseling kind of jobs are becoming relevant. And I read in one of the news saying that in US they're seeing almost 46% of the people changing jobs because they do not want to do the similar kind of a job what they were doing, and they also know that the thing starts opening up. They would not like to go back to office, and rather they would like to have a freedom to do what they want to do. I think these challenges need to be addressed from a perspective of industry and as well as the skilling. And I think the emergence of and also the importance of gig workforce is becoming very relevant. Western world had seen already getting into project-based kind of a hiring. Indians in India, we've always been into permanent hiring and permanent workforce, while contractual work was there for only entry-level jobs and not very critical roles. But that's also making a big change in the country today, and a lot of people are opting for skill-based hiring. And very recently, I visited one of the organizations which is working in the welding space. I was shocked with some of the numbers which he spoke about. He said that today, 90% of industrial welding has moved to, TIG, MIG, and as well as the robotic welding. But what we teach in our institutions today, 90% of them are arc welding, which is not at all relevant. Because of that, there's a huge gap of welders. He says that welders are like hotcakes. You give them a training, they get hired by any employer. And he also said something very interesting. He said, if I can average out all my welder's salary, and when I average out others, my welder salaries are much higher than the rest of the staff. That's a kind of impact which is happening in terms of the change. I think what is important is also to address the remote working part, which Mr. Vivek spoke about. There is now empowerment in the hands of the employee, but are we able to help the employee to get adjusted to that workplace readiness? Not just remotely, but when they go back, there is going to be hybrid working, and that's going to continue. How do you adjust your way of working? And also, very interestingly, another bank manager who told me saying that, sir, I have 15 years of experience in banking. Today, earlier, I was the most important employee because I could go and convince a customer and have a physical meeting. Today, that's not the skill which is required. How can you convince a customer digitally within 10 minutes or 15 minutes? And this can be done by a 2 years old, 2 years experience individual who has excellent communication skills and can connect digitally with the customer. It's completely changed. If we step back on the development of workforce, what we are doing, how we are able to address the issues of the changes which are happening, whether it is upskilling, reskilling, or also even the fresh fresh skills which are required for the workforce at an entry level. Before we talk about the changes we need to bring into the skilling ecosystem, I would like to talk about some of the challenges which are inherent in our country, which I think requires a very important attention. For example, the aspiration levels. The last 7-8 years, when I go and talk to youth are not very aspired to get into vocational jobs or skilling jobs. While I know that AI ML is something which is booming and a lot of people are showing interest, but I don't think automation is about only those job roles. There are bigger job roles. There is Industry 4.0 coming in big time, and there is a requirement of a skilled workforce. So how do we bring in aspiration levels? When we did a research across the country, out of 250 plus careers, people know about only 7 careers. So when people don't know about the alternative careers, then you would have only regular academic pathways people will take, and integrating skills becomes an important challenge. And also industry alignment. I think there is a humongous work happened in the past few years, but I think that needs to be doubled up, because if we have to address the challenges which we have and the gap which we have, we need to have much more involvement of industry in skilling. And third, the infrastructure. I think we spoke about, while we spoke about digital infrastructure, I think there is also a need for upgrading the physical infrastructure. And how do we bring in both digital and physical together to ensure that the infrastructure ready for skilling the workforce? And finally, the faculty. Sir, I'm sure you are aware of, I think, the challenges we have in the skilling ecosystem with the faculty. One, at the aspirational level of faculty itself is a big challenge. And second, their skills. They have never visited a industry. How can we expect them to train students in Industry 4.0, which is impossible. So to ensure, I just wanted to talk about TCS Ion Phygital model, which is completely, we reimagine the way vocational education done. We combine physical and as well as digital infrastructure to come up with a Phygital model, which actually has built on 5 mega platforms, starting from career counseling, which is addressing the awareness, diagnostics, and as well as the guidance. A lot of people now, NEP also talks about how do we provide career counseling services to the students. But I think that is not the only solution which we need to look at. First, we need to look at the awareness for both students and parents, and as well as we need to look at developing career counselors in the country. How many career counselors are available? I think that needs to be changed, and our career counseling platform addresses that. Second is the learning. I think the learning also need to be. I'm really glad that our topic is fit for future workforce. I think we also need to have fit for future learning. We need to have the learning methodology which is fitting to the needs of the youth and as well as the industry. So we have created multiple learning models, starting from a very small digital learning to even industry degree and diploma in alignment with the industry. And certification is the most important thing, because today people want to get into BCom, BSc, and there are NSQF levels which we have created. But how do we bring in standardization in terms of the quality of a certification? And the fourth platform, which is called TCS NQT. Today at TCS, all entry-level workforce we hire through this national qualifier test, which is very well recognized in most of the engineering colleges. We have not taken this to the rest of the industry also, to see that how can you test youth on cognitive, attitudinal, industry, and as well as a subject. The last not but the least is while we have a lot of skilling happening and as well as the industries are hiring, how can we bring both job seekers and job providers together on a single platform? That we require a robust job listing platform. This job listing platform should not address only at a national level. We should break down to regional and local level, so that we are able to create livelihoods locally within the industry. To get these 5 platforms work together, 5 important ecosystem players are critical. One is academia. Sir, you represent a university. We have best in class education through the academia. We have IITs who have actually created so many unicorns in this country. How can we take that best in class education to every district in the country? Second is the industry. Industry working with academia to create courses which are relevant to the industry, not only today, but even for the future as well. And also industry playing a role in even conducting classes, so that the youth directly hears from the industry what is required in terms of the skills. And the third and most important thing, I think we are seeing a lot of digitization of a content which is happening in the service sector or IT sector, but I think it is important for us to bring in that in manufacturing sector as well. How do we get the digitized content which is made available and contextualized content which is made available with the help of digital technologies? The fourth one is industry. While the one way to play is to really align the curriculum, content and all, another way to play is the original equipment manufacturers helping the institutions to upgrade the infrastructure in line with the industry requirement. If we do not do that, if we step into any of the ITIs, we are ending up having training done on the 30-40-year-old equipment, which is no more relevant at all. So how can we, and also surprisingly, in some places where there is a latest equipment, where the faculty doesn't want to touch it because they think that if I do something, it will get spoiled. So we have to, OEM also need to play a big role. The last but the least, I believe, having spent in 8 years in skilling, there is so much of infrastructure which is already available in the country, but we do not utilize that infrastructure very effectively. For example, in telecom, if you see a few years back, around 10-12 years back, every telecom organization used to set up BTS sites. You go to your location, you will see Airtel site, Tata site, and you will have a Reliance site. They got into utilizing the infrastructure effectively by bringing in common organizations who can manage the infrastructure, so that you don't have to really set up so many sites. The sharing of infrastructure is coming. I feel that that's very, very critical even when it comes to skills. There are many engineering colleges and institutions have best of the infrastructure. Can we make that infrastructure available for the youth in and around the district, so that they get access to the best in class infrastructure? Investments and infrastructure is going to be a big challenge. So the only way we could do is to create a operation of an infrastructure. Then this is the model which I think is required for the country to transform the skilling. The last piece, I just want to talk about a couple of issues which we've spoken about, the policy focus which need to be there. We spoke about enhancing the digitalization. I think investments are happening, but I think how do we drive adoption of technology in schools, institutions is going to be very critical. And skill forecasting is also critical. While we talk about gaps, how do we forecast and how do we capture that and how do we make our training contemporary and as well as relevant? And also inclusion of non-technical skills for workplace readiness. I think the 21st century skills have come in. The kind of skills which are required today is not just technical. How can we bring in as part of our overall programs? And then finally, I think as a policy, we should start recognizing digital and phygital learning, and brick and mortar training is there. I think it has advantages, but it is important for us to start recognizing this as well. Unless and until we do that, our challenge of creating large number of skilled workforce in the country to address the challenges of industry is going to remain same. We'll only be talking about challenges, but we'll never talk about the solutions. Thank you for this opportunity. Sai, you are on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Sudhakar Gudipati, because I must first thank you because we in our university are one of the we actually get a huge help from TCS Ion in modernizing lot of different things, as we were mentioning very correctly about the digital infrastructure, and that is what we learned from the TCS Ion things, which are right now we are working on in our university. The 10 years back, TCS Ion, or I think 12 years back, TCS Ion started in actually making the people aware of this fact, actually, how the different ERPs and students' life cycle, everything, where everything will be considered. But people, we are not very much convinced about its impact on our system itself. But this pandemic actually forced us to go for that, and we now realize how important it is. Thank you very much, because different things what you are actually mentioning during your these deliberations, and you rightly pointed out, the vocational thing was really something which Government of India trying for last 30 years, but never it is popularized, and people actually looked at it in a different way. Oh, they are vocational trained. So they never actually looked upon it, and that's why the people are also not very much ready to go for these things. But now we understand these vocational things are getting so much of important. And very interestingly, you mentioned a very important thing. The nature of the job is actually the hiring, the qualification, and the skill sets. Everything has been now changed for the employers to look upon from the candidate itself, and this information should percolate to everybody, which definitely will give this change in mindset that how the skill set is more important than what we are doing right now. It is actually the one which we are learning for a very, very long period of time through the textbooks and through the different things. Even the manufacturing thing, as you were mentioning, those things are absolutely, these are not practice at all, but we are still teaching that actually. So that particular things are definitely going to help us, and very nicely mentioned about the 5 different features, which each and every feature is very important for changing. Actually, the policy focus must be changed. Otherwise, we cannot do it across the our country. And thank you very much, actually, for your very important deliberations. Now, I don't know, Dalia, how much time we have? Shubhankar, how much time we have? Because I just want to go a quick circle from the 3 panelists. Shubhankar, could you hear me?
Sir, we have till 12:30 we have the time.
Oh, okay, great. Then it's
So we
fine.
have another 45 minutes.
That is fine then, yeah. So now, because of these particular deliberations, there are very important points have been actually been identified. I just want your comments, Mr. Jain, Vivek Jain, that your comment on how we are actually going to look upon this, the point which has been raised by Mr. Sonak, regarding this polarization, the digital divide, and you are mentioning about it, and how it is actually being translated when we're looking at the job, vanishing the job, nature of the job, and other things. So if you just give your experience, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chattopadhyay. I'll just deliberate a very interesting point on skill and paying for skill, and as industry practitioners, how this will play out in the future. As an example, if some candidate is saying or some employee is saying that my communication skills are good, now what does that mean? I don't have any baselining of is this at level 4, level 5, level 6. So there is no method to gauge what is the communication skills or written communication skills the individual is carrying. I think, and I'm delighted to hear what TCS is doing in terms of certifications. There will be a huge game changer over here that we will move towards a stage where we pay for skills and not for the jobs that we are getting into. Every job would have a set of skills and the level of skills that are required, and that will match to the individual and what is the level of skills the individual is bringing, and based on that people will get paid on an ongoing basis. Also, as people enhance their skills, their salaries and other things will get enhanced rather than waiting for an annual appraisal by a supervisor or something like that. So I think the whole concept will change to a gig worker. We see this happening in the future as we go, and that will create the polarization of the fact. And I have a slight difference of view in terms of what these skills could be. One of the, for example, what I'm seeing in the near future is that today, if I train somebody on selling skills, I think these are historic areas, or I train somebody how to. I think the important point is how adaptable a person is to cater to any type of requirement that come in the future. I think this will become a very core area. It will become a core, training area right from childhood of a person, that how adaptable you are. And I'll spend a minute in terms of what this architecture of adaptability it is. It is around how concerned you are of what skills you have and what are required in the future. As an individual, I'm saying, how concerned are you as an individual? Today we take engineering degree and we think that our life is done. We take an MBA degree, we think our life is done. That is how it will proceed. The second is how much control I have of what I want to do. Today in India, because of the population, our parents or somebody else decides what is to be done, and we are still into that conventional mindset of a job per se. The jobs will definitely go, and hence how much control I have, how much curious I am about what the future would look like. I find that people get into the routine on a very easy basis. I think the whole phenomena and change is required to develop curiosity among people of what is machine learning, what is Internet of Things. I see today, for example, Mr. Chattopadhyay, if you see from a banking point of view, you have one mobile, and earlier we had that thumb impression. Today we have moved to the face. So this is Internet of Things. My one mobile is interacting with my banking system, and through which you are getting authorization of payments and everything at a click of a button. Now, this is only one device connected to another device. I see huge scale and huge job opportunities blooming in the country where Internet of Things will take over. There will be people who will be required to fit devices across various. For example, there is a machine running in a factory. As bankers, I need not go and inspect that machine physically or whether it is running or not. We have financed infrastructure development. I need not go and check physically whether that road is getting constructed or not. I think devices will talk to each other, and hence you will need people to deploy these devices, people knowing this in technology and how do you. So I think the whole curiosity of how this will evolve will change the skill sets that are required in the future, and Internet of Things will take over. And the last, I think, is in this framework about adaptability is the confidence that people will get as they get more used to the whole framework. They'll get more confident. Today, if I ask anybody, what is your digital awareness or digital quotient, that is a jargon that we use, people very humbly will say, I'm at 2, I'm at 3 out of 10, because they're so scared, they don't know what they're dealing over here. They've never heard of what this is all about. So I think this whole, so it is not about a particular skill. I think adaptability will become a core career progressor for people. People who are more adaptable will see, progression in the future. And hence this whole issue of polarity. Now, if these things do not go down, as one of my panelists talked about, it doesn't go to the rural areas. As very rightly said, that if IITs, and we are seeing such a beautiful thing happening right now. You look at the female in India, the female employment was always at 25%, 30%. It is so unfortunate because We never used to be able to reach inside the houses in terms of employment opportunities. Today, this whole pandemic has opened up a full door. Females who do not want to work from offices or who do not want to work even full time, we have the option of work from home with a part-time option. And hence that opens up a phenomenal opportunity for people and gaining skill set of people who are actually very skilled but are not being utilized effectively from the home. So I think the Internet of Things will reduce the polarity to some extent. But if the government and the agencies do not spread awareness about what this is, I think it will become a huge, white elephant type of a problem, which you don't know how to grapple with because the awareness itself is not there of what this subject is all about. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You rightly mentioned about the things. Actually, you know that our generation, the practice what we have is actually making whatever you said to do our kids just in the opposite fashion. Say, with respect to the skill, we give them completely wrong information that these are the things which are absolutely we mean by skill. But skill is completely, definition of skill is completely being changed. And that is what actually I can think Sudhakar Gudipati rightly mentioned about this vocational, the skill sets are completely new things are coming up. And we never said our kids to be adaptable. We always wanted to give them whatever they want and try to make them non-adaptable. Now we have to get the things back in a different way. So this is very, very important. And this adaptability, which is going to be a very, very important thing. Thank you for mentioning that. And these are our realization. If we have to realize it, and then only we can actually help the others to do this. The third thing, whatever you were mentioning about this IoT, absolutely. Your banking sector, you are using IoT to actually right now for all the different things. Now, IoT is also becoming very important with respect to our education sector because the chatbot, the learning modules, whatever we are developing, and those things are actually all right now connected. Our connectivity with the students, with the parents, everybody, we are getting much more with the help of this. So understanding the IoT is quite a bit of important for us. I really appreciate because we always were talking about the IQ, intelligent quotient, and then in Industry 4.0, we said that besides IQ, we have to think about the EQ, the emotional quotient, and you now said it, DQ is becoming very, very important, where we have to look forward to. But for that, I'm sure that we have to think about how we will make the people aware of all these different things. The last point you touched upon is it's absolutely, I can tell you it's very close to my heart because I could see that in our neighborhood itself, there are so many female who are not at all, they're absolutely housewives right now, started business at this food preparation of food and getting the Swiggy and Zomato to be connected and serving that. And really, they make in the last 6 months such a huge amount. Everybody said, oh, we have done quite a bit of profit out of it. So these are the things which are coming up, and these are actually also tell us about what's going to be the future of work in this digital economy. So may I request Mr. Ansul Sanak to deliberate on the issue which actually mentioned by Sudhakar ji. You know that when we're talking about this phygital infrastructure, the whole thing is all related with how we are looking at this, all the digital and the physical together. And with your experience in the digital readiness program, we just want to hear a little bit from you.
Yeah, now that's a great question. I mean, since the boundaries between digital and physical is blurring in the workspace at least, right? It's very important. One, on your earlier point on adaptability and the mindsets, I think everybody, be it in a vocational space or a regular higher education space or any employability education space, one big change which people have to remember is those days are gone whereby you used to have a learn to work model. So learn, school, college, job one, job two, retire. I think those days are gone with this generation, and that is never going to come back. You have to have a whole new adaptable or a resiliency model, where the model is exactly opposite. It's going to be work to learn. So learn, work, learn, work, learn, work. People are talking of, let's say, 40 to 50 years of careers, right? Total working careers. My father used to have one career. I will probably have two career or three career. Next generation will have 7 or 8 careers. And that probably means 15 job changes or more gigs, as you rightly said. So every time you have to continuously work, also learn. I think those days are totally gone, that one good degree from IIT or IIM, which is so-called golden passport for the future. It doesn't even work in the most high-tech companies of the world like ours. I mean, if an employee is not able to learn, I mean, the passport of success is your own ability to learn. Learnability is the only passport of your own success, right? I mean, MIT research, if you follow that, learnability, sociability, and variability, these are the 3 metacognitive skills which will take you forward. How do you learn to learn? How do you really apply one learning to any social context? And how do you really take that set of skills across various situations to discover problems, right? The economies of today is shifting very rapidly, because automation can give all the answers and do things. So what can human do better and different? Ask things, discover new questions. And this is where I think, from an education to employability, that transition, we have to really recalibrate, because again, a research says a 3-year-old kid asks 100 questions a day. By the time you start at a cusp of employability, 15, 16-year-old, you ask 0 question a day. So that is a very big problem, right? So from an education to employability jump. So I think that is where the whole mindset of how do we really look at employability and this whole lifelong learning culture coming in has to sink in very, very clear. And then that leads to that whole new type of work which you're talking, right? Physical and digital blurring together, and the role of emerging technologies. The mathematical or an economical argument is very strong. I mean, we talked about IoT, it will bring in almost $10 trillion back in economy. So if you think about COVID, what COVID has done worldwide, roughly last year, worldwide GDP's loss is 4 to 5%. Depending on country to country, the numbers are different, right? But if the worldwide, if you have to bring the economies back, IoT, artificial intelligence will create almost 15 trillion economical gains back. Now, can I say that artificial intelligence and IoT should be left to only the technical companies and the technical engineers? No, that means you need to figure out, how do I use AI and IoT for a job at a hospitality level, a job at a technical welder level, a job at an agriculture level, right? So every single sector, every single job will eventually, and will eventually become a digital job. Now, in that sense, the digital readiness argument comes in. So the digital readiness argument is not just about skill. The skill is very important as a starting point, but with this mindset or the readiness, right? And there are, and there's a lot of public research on this worldwide. The premium has moved from what you know to what you can do now. So employability education, it's all about showing the evidences, right? And in that evidence logic, for anybody to be employable, you have to have a skill, you have to have a demonstrated trust, you need to trust technology need to trust you. So the trusted part become very important. The privacy, the security, the plagiarism. How do you really demonstrate that? I mean, every company who looks at an employer, potential employee today, will want to see what is your mindset on the trust, because the risk today is very high in today's extremely competitive world. So that's the second angle of trust. And the third is then responsible usage. That is what people would really like to test out. Okay, what can you do to solve a real problem? So skill plus trust plus responsible usage, those 3 things put together make you digitally ready, right? So it's not enough to have a certificate from one college or a university and say that, hey, since I have a Bachelor of Science for data science, right, or whichever course you have done, right, I can go into this job. I think today we need to start thinking, while I am learning, can I show some employability proof points? So all the global programs which are run, be it AI for future workforce with vocational schools around the world, or AI for current workforce for reskilling and upskilling public sector workforces, or in India, for example, I run a very big program with CBSE, AI for youth, where artificial intelligence is given as a vocational subject for high schools. And as we speak, almost 3,000 plus schools have started taking it out. So we have created a content, curriculum, training, teacher training. But what we really want to encourage is, what can you do? Show me the actual usage. So that is most important. And I'm going to just share with you a couple of stories, because that will really bring the point on this, on what this actually can mean for a future of India, right? So I made this one boy story and one girl story just to be gender balanced, so that nobody takes an offense. Girl story first. So I met this girl and I was interviewing her because I want to take her as a potential intern and bring her into an industry summit for Intel. So she developed as a grade 10 girl, first generation learner, father is a peon near Delhi, can't speak English, doesn't have a laptop at home or computer at home. She learned artificial intelligence at grade 10 in her school through her program in one of the Delhi schools. She said girls are stressed in COVID times. Mental depression is a big issue. Being a girl in the society near Haryana, and on top of it, COVID, and on top of it, grade 10 stress exam, right? So very genuine problem, as you can understand. She said that I want to use AI responsibility to predict mental depression among the girls. So she created a model, algorithm. She really got local school psychologists to help her out. She developed the model with the local school data to the efficacy of 87 to 88%, which is reasonable in this sense. And now she's using it for 6 community schools. She's actually using it to predict, and then the algorithm gives an alert to school teachers that so-and-so girl may get depressed or may have a mental problem, go and proactively help her. She just, I mean, when she came to this interview for me for a second time, she told me because of she could demonstrate this project, she got 100% scholarship now, as she's now 17-year-old and she's now getting, into a college. Without waiting for the results, she got 100% scholarship, because that is what people want to see actually. What can you do, right? So that's one example. The second example which I can give you is from Bangalore, where I used to live earlier. So whenever I used, and this is a little bit dated example, last year when I traveled, last year when I had traveled over there, these 2 boys who came to me in one of the project showcase, they said that we have a genuine problem. I don't know whom to raise a complaint in my community if my house water is not coming on time, or if electricity is not time, right? Or my gutter is not, sewer is not getting cleaned. So day-to-day public services. So I am wanting to create an artificial natural language processing based model to really raise a complaint to right official. And then, so democratization of public service. If I go and write an email, nobody responds. And I don't even know whom to write a complaint. So I have created an AI-driven public grievance log model, whereby once you write down in your handwriting on a piece of paper, you put it on an AI-based scanner, and which is NLP enabled, right? It translates it, it understands where the issue is. So you may be a Kannadiga speaking person who doesn't know how to speak to so-and-so department in so-and-so ministry. It automatically translates it, send an email on your behalf, and give you an acknowledgement of the registration of your complaint by the department back, so that you know how to track. So true democratization of public service. The best part is this is done by 2 16-year-old boys. So that gives me hope that this is the kind of a real mindset we need to bring. Make them aware that you can change. Don't wait for somebody from United States or some other people will create jobs. Boss, we need to create our own jobs. We need to own the change, right? And this is exactly what I believe is the hope, right? So these are the kind of programs and partnerships we need to really foster. And academia need help from industry, definitely. I recognize it. It's easier said than done. Very, very easy to say all this, right? Because faculty mindset is the first thing, right? Then you have to put up an infrastructure. You have to learn from other countries what has worked, what has not worked. You have to do a little bit of a research on, in my organizational context, what will be the best outcome I should be targeting. So things like this. So those are some of the things from an Intel standpoint when we work with the country governments or state governments. And especially, the Bangalore is a good example, because 15,000 engineers when we have over there, it in a way has a huge multiplier effect in vocational ecosystem. So we have no right to go and ask to the government for ABCD thing like clean road and clean transportation and clean water if we are not able to show government a sustainable value of what we are doing, right? And the multiplier effects of the job. And that is where the true shared value comes in. that you have to forge a partnership whereby you gain and also the governments and society and academia gain together in this. And that's the kind of a trusted model we need to really foster more and more. I think if you look at it only from a pure commercial standpoint, there is only so much you will be able to make a change as a society. It has to be truly taken as a new social contract whereby everybody prospers. The shared value has to result into shared prosperity. And that's a mindset which will come only when you think about a future of work in a different way, as I said, with more learnability. So that's what would be my point here.
Thank you, Mr. Ansul Sanak, because the point you mentioned are very, very relevant, because the nature of our understanding about the work and learn and continuous learning process, lifelong learning, all these things are actually the one which we have to realize. Very nicely, you also mentioned about the passport of success. Now, I like this particular terminology, passport of success, because normally when we looked at the success, we never looked at behind it how many unsuccessful efforts are there. It's just we look at the tip of the iceberg. We never looked at what is actually that back. And you said the thing which is important, the learnability. And the three other things which are going to skills and others, and the metacognitive skills. This point is, I am sure I just wanted to hear about this metacognitive skills also from Sudhakar Gudipati ji. But before that, I want to make another comment regarding your thing. Is, you know, that you mentioned about that how AI, the IoT, and everything is actually changing these different types of dollar laws and kept ourselves in a huge amount of. So, but the one we have to understand is that we look forward to the things which we practice in our day-to-day life. And you mentioned the two stories. The two stories are something which is also going to let us know about that where lies our defects and what we should do.
Yeah.
So making this creative learning, making the students more intuition, and they more appreciating their questions and other things, which we have to understand. It is important for everywhere, everything, and we have to understand that in a very important fashion. So thank you very much. But the point you mentioned about the metacognitive skills, and I just wanted to know from Sudhakar ji, Mr. Sudhakar Gudipati.
Thank
Over
you,
to
sir.
you.
I think Anshul also, Vivek also touched upon the requirement of the skills which are adaptive and which today we don't call it as a core skills. Core skills are, you talk about technical skills, you talk about subject skills. I think the cognitive skills is something which is becoming more and more critical. But if you step back, I think as we rightly said, do we really even know where do we stand with respect to this? When you don't even know your baseline of where do you stand, then it is very difficult for you to really adapt or bring in a change which is required. And more and more when we talk to employers are also saying that yes, we understand you could provide technical skills, vocational skills during the training, but when they come for jobs, how well they're adaptive to the workplace, particularly in the changing environment now, how well they're adapting is something which is not being taught about it. That's where I think we need to start promoting not just learning, but also an assessment of individuals to know where do they stand. And if you don't even recognize the fact that these are the gaps which are there, how will you really work on changing? And also, one important aspect which we need to talk about is in our system, we talk about which are the high demand skills, which are the high demand jobs, and also what my parents have done or what my brother has done or a sister has done. But we really don't get into understanding what is my interest. If we can think about making youth aware of what is the kind of inherent interest they have of for a particular job, automatically they start actually doing well and continuing in the job. one big gap which we found between the skilling and as well as employment is you end up just filling your classrooms, getting them trained and giving them to the jobs. Yes, you achieved the purpose of training and as well as placing, but actually they are not continuing in the employment because they have different interest and they don't adjust to the workplace readiness. I think it is very important to integrate these skills as a very critical part as part of our training, which today, unfortunately, in the entire ecosystem, we do not give so much. And we, even for example, when we work with ITIs, the cognitive skills or life skills, a topic which is being taught, there the faculty is not a permanent faculty. That's a visiting faculty or someone who's actually taken on a contractual basis. And even if you don't score well, it's fine. You can be awarded certification. If this is what we want to create it as structure, imagine what we are bringing as an output. And when we start working in the company, all of us actually who started our careers, we learned all of this while in the workplace. But that time the things were very different. I could actually have immense amount of time to learn. Today you don't have time to learn. Productivity is expected from the day one you join. That's where I think there is a huge gap between what industry wants versus what we are training. And we will have to fill that gap by bringing in the cognitive skills as a very critical aspect, not only making people are aware of it and also filling in the gaps.
Yeah, thank you. And the one you mentioned about this hidden skills and where we have to nurture about looking this inherent interest in the students. I'm just going through the newspapers. If you look at the different international film festivals, the people who are getting the awards for the documentary film or others, most of them are actually the engineers who left the engineering job and moved on to direct the film. So that's a basic inherent interest in them. They wanted to actually express it when they found that, okay, this way. And just for example, I want to give another example of our university. In our university, we actually use this choice-based credit system in its real sense, so that an engineering students can take political science or take performing arts. And when we open this course like this in the last year, the most of the engineering students, they opted for either the music course or the dance course. All these engineers, they wanted to have this take this particular course. That means they have the inherent interest in that, and in that way only I am sure that we can get the best expectations from them also, whatever they are doing in that particular case. So we almost are at the end of this. So we will just have a quick roundup for the whole sessions. I must tell that all of you actually came out with so many different, very, very important points. But I would just like to get the comments from Mr. Jain that in just one or two lines for our future generation, that how they have to prepare themselves to accept this digital economy.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And one of the points I just want to also elaborate what Kaushal talked about and this is something that worries me. My wife is a teacher. Uh, while we talk about what are the future skills, the fact, sir, is that there are the polarization or the disparity because the fact that digital is expensive. I just want to put a point over here that digital, the way we treat it, for example, a laptop or internet connection, I think it is an expensive activity, and still the the subsidization by the government or the level of penetration of these things in the larger economy of a country like ours, which is already fairly divided. I think this is a real issue that we are grappling with over here. There are so many students who are not getting taught for last 1.5 years because they don't have a laptop, they don't have an internet in their house, or if they have, it is out of a very poor quality. And the people who have it all, and the people who do not have are just struggling. I think this, while we may talk about a lot of things, the fact is that if we do not address the expensive issue of digital and the digital world, I think the government, I still, every year we talk about, we send our recommendations that in the physical policies of the government, there has to be a clear, like the defense budget, there has to be a budget for digital and the subsidization, like petrol which is subsidized. Why isn't internet also subsidized by the government? I think this is becoming a very important issue. The future is very clear. People, the DQ of people have to improve. People have to see everything as what Kosh also talked about. These are 2, 3 students, brilliant students who have seen it, but actually this can be seen by many people. There are problems which can, digital is a very beautiful thing. It brings together a lot of things that we were imagining earlier in our lifetime. But today people see it as a threat because of the fact that, they do not understand, as I earlier said. And hence, if the awareness level, this is the way to go, we cannot stop that. My recommendation to the younger youth and to people who are getting skilled is that understand what the subject is. Yeah. And I urge the government also that, look at how we can subsidize this area, because currently in its form, it is an expensive item on the table.
Absolutely right. And I'm sure the CII can take a note of this while putting it before the government also, that one of the most important recommendation is this: we understand the importance of this, but how we can actually get it done to remove the disparity in this particular process, because it's quite expensive right now. So there should be a budget absolutely for this particular purpose. Thank you very much, Vivekji. Mr. Ansul Sonal.
Yeah, I think there are enough policy imperatives available. Windows are available. It has to be community owned also. I come from a background where I was totally in a worse situation. I come from a community where I was untouchable. I come from a community where I didn't get in English medium school. I'm not even an engineer, and I controlled my own destiny, and I have become a principal engineer for one of the world's largest company in the earth. So there is a hope. If you become adaptable, if you understand what adaptability means, right, there you will find a way. So to the younger generation, my humble request is don't lose hope, don't give up, right? What you can control is your own learnability. What you can control is your own mindsets. What governments can do, academia can do, civil society can do, society can do. Yes, we have been talking about it for many years. We do a lot of government work. We also keep on talking about it, and it will happen whenever it has to happen. But as a younger generation, ask questions, raise your voice, take charge, solve problems, own problems, do something. That would be my humble request. Don't expect that the magic will happen automatically. And I mean, I can tell you, if I can reach here from a rural town in Bhandara on the Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra border, where I lived in Naxalites, where I lived within untouchability, when I didn't have any English medium access school, where I didn't have anything to do this, and I can do this here, you are 1,000 times smarter than me. I know that. So everybody can succeed. It's just that you have to take charge of your own destiny. That's the only thing I would say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. Hope, hope, hope. And you are the people who are actually the role model from where we can actually tell the students your story, that this is how you should look for, where from you are coming. It's not important. It is the adaptability which is very important, learnability which is very important. And these are very important points. Thank you very much. So over to Sudhakarji.
Thank you, sir. I just summarized this in 2 words. One is awareness, and second is accessibility. I'll come to awareness later. I think more on the accessibility. I think there is a lot of infrastructure which exists in every nook and corner of this country. The issue here is everyone work in silos. It is important for us to think about a collaboration and ensure that that accessibility is available for every youth in the country. When you are able to provide access, I think that's a big change we would bring in, and also we will address the challenge of digital infrastructure. Second is the awareness. I think the most of the time, this is my experience having dealt with multiple number of youth. The biggest thing is they don't even aware there is such kind of a change which is happening. When I've traveled to most rural places in Rajasthan, when we go and talk about skill training, they don't understand what is skill training. They don't understand what are the different jobs which are there. So how can we really ensure we reach out to most rural places? The entire effort of skilling today happens in tier one and tier two cities.
Yeah.
It does not really cater to the rural sector. So how can we really create awareness about the multiple and different careers which are available with the help of a digital technology and make people are aware. I think once if you can cross that step, 50% of the problem is sorted. Then you leave it to the youth to take a decision whether they want to stay back there and do something with a work in agriculture or create some livelihood locally, or they want to come and learn skill and get into a job. I think that's what we need to do. I think as a country we need to address both issues of accessibility and awareness.
Yes, thank you, because the two A's are actually right now in front of us. So we got from the DQ to the Hope to the two A's. And with this, I think we're almost at the end of this panel discussion. I thank all three of you for your beautiful and very, very important deliberations, and definitely thank the CII for organizing this very important conclave. Over to Dalia.
Thank you, sir. It's really very interactive and vibrant session. And we got a lot of input to which we can take it forward. Thank you very much, sir, for your interventions. And thanks to all the panelists for joining us in spite of your extremely busy schedule. Thank you very much. We would request participants to stay connected. We will move on to the next session from 1 o'clock, which from 1:30, which is on reimagining vocational education, the National Education Policy 2020 perspective. Thank you very much once again to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the participants.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bhattacharya, for joining us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes, Shubhankar.
Ma'am, we will be starting in next few minutes. We are waiting for others to join.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Senthil, to join us.
Hi, Shubhankar. How are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you, sir?
Good, good, good. Good to see you. It's a
Thank you.
long time.
It's a long time. Yeah, right.
Dr. Bharati Bhattacharya, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Trying to be busy, that's all.
You're there on the WhatsApp group.
Ah,
So I think I keep getting your messages.
good. I hope that it's not too much of junk.
No, not at all. It's interesting. And I also keep watching your programs,
Thank you,
which you
ma'am.
sent. They're very interesting.
Correct.
So today, how do we go about it? Like,
I think only three simple perspectives. What I thought was, I think it's very important that everybody is talking about skills, but how do we try to make it happen from different perspectives? So from higher education, from university, from school, from a technical institution perspective, and also from a third party perspective, how stakeholders can come together to basically kind of take it across. So I thought that I think this combination is quite good.
A very warm welcome to Dr. Rajesh Khambhat, Professor Dr. Rajesh Khambhat. A very warm welcome to Skillist.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Dr. Rajesh, namaste.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us.
नमस्ते सर, कैसे?
ठीक ठाक है सर, आप बताइए सर कैसे चल रहा है?
बहुत अच्छा, और आपसे मुलाकात करनी है।
तो वो पता नहीं मौका नहीं मिल रहा आपसे मुलाकात, या आप लोग मौका नहीं निकाल रहे, पता नहीं।
And we'll keep in mind. We'll keep in
No,
mind.
no, surely,
good
I think.
afternoon, Professor Rajesh.
Yes, ma'am.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Shubhankar, are you able to see me on the screen?
Yes. You are visible.
Okay, now I'm able to see everybody. Okay. So Rajesh ji, और कैसे चल रहा है? What are new things done?
Oh, there are many exciting things happening, sir, in PSS CIV.
अच्छा. I keep watching your good initiatives, what you keep doing it on Facebook and keep following you. कि ज्ञान का अर्जन होता रहे आपसे. That is very important at the end of the day.
But it is both ways, sir. We are also seeing you very active.
सर मेरा तो पता नहीं कितने साल से कर रहा हूँ, बस यही काम कर रहा हूँ. But I think it's very interesting that we need to kind of take it across. And together, I think such stories need to come out to people to basically feel nice about it. That's the whole idea.
Apne recently, you must have seen the news on the Green Skill Award 2021.
I saw that.
So it's a big achievement for PSS CIV, I would say.
Good.
So last 4 years, continuous effort we put in.
Rawat is a good friend.
Acha.
Green Mentor wale sab.
Okay. And European Training Foundation had a very rigorous process to get through up to this position. Very rigorous. But it was fulfilling, you know, not just we got the award, but the process and the journey was very, you know, enriching, very learning for all of us.
And it's always nice when you go through such exercises, there is a lot of reflection which you also take back.
Yes.
That's very important at the end of the day.
And as you are aware, sir, I worked with Colombo Plant Staff College, Manila, Philippines. And that's where the germination of greening TVET started with Dr. Shamal Mujumdar, the then Director General of Colombo Plant Staff College. That's the first time the concept of greening was introduced. Then we took forward quite far. Then I worked with him again in UNESCO UniWalk. And there we propagated like anything on greening and sustainability. But now the issue was that once I finished my assignment and came back, the important is, you know, you must demonstrate what you you talk, what you preach, and what you prepare. So I think PSCCIV was a wonderful place, I would say, where we can initiated this. And
Rajesh ji, you are lucky that you have a lot of freedom.
yeah, very true.
काफी लोगों को freedom नहीं मिलता.
A very warm welcome to Mr. Raj Gilda from Lend a Hand, India.
Thank you.
Mr. Raj,
No,
pleasure meeting you online though.
Yeah.
Dr.
Me too. And
Raj
good to
is
see
a very busy man today. Since morning.
Okay.
It is good to see Dr. Kambhatt as well. They've been partners for a long time now.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gilda. It's nice meeting you online, virtually.
Yes, yes. Me too.
Mr. Raj, I have a very simple question. How is the mindset after the NEP's announcement in so many areas? This is not going live, Shubhankar, I hope. Shubhankar, we are not live, right? Okay, I just wanted offline question.
We are live. We are live, sir. We are live.
Huh? No.
We are live.
We are live?
Yes.
Participants have joined?
No, but the YouTube live is going on.
Okay. So we should not talk much. That was just, but Raj, just to understand,
Just keep a control on your comments. That's it.
That's the CII protocol. Thank you, Dalia, for that reminding.
Should not have any hot mic movements, right?
Correct.
So,
but Raji, how is the mindset right now after the NEP's announcement, at least among the stakeholders? Because you are somebody who was grounded at the grassroots level, seeing both the sides.
Yeah. No. So Senthil, I must say that the NEP announcement was like a dream come true, right? In that sense, it definitely has everything that one has been looking for in this, in terms of the prominence, in terms of equivalence, in terms of the focus on it as a core subject, and other things too. But I was on this call early this morning that even 1968 Kotari Commission report also mentioned the right in that. So I think the what is going to be important is how the implementation takes shape. But a great beginning in terms of the intent, in terms of the the enthusiasm from the ground. And I must say, because of the focus on vocational education in NEP, many people who wanted to do something, it has given them umbrella to do, right? Because many times you need that policy umbrella to do something. You can't initiate on your own, especially when you are bound by the policies and other things too. So the NEP 2020 has definitely given such a much needed umbrella for many of us to pursue the cause further. So a great step forward. But they are, as always say, devil lies in the details and implementation. So more to come,
No, I went through your website. I think it was pleasure. Whenever next time at Pune, surely I will spend some time to understand more, because the kind of work what you have done is quite thought provoking. I have been with CII. I worked at grassroots level, so kind of that's where I like the whole approach and the concept what you have done. So that's appreciable, because that's something very important. And you have kind of got all the right people to kind of work with you. That's much more important. Maybe I will have few suggestions that वो बाद में आराम से कभी बैठ के बात करेंगे. That is something which coming from a quality CI instead of quality in my earlier role, I think I may have few things to kind of add, but I think it's good and important initiative that your team is doing a great job.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Looking forward.
We are waiting for VC to join, please. Once VC from Delhi University will join, we will start the session. As Dr. Shah has confirmed that he has been tied up with some other meeting, he will try to join a little bit later.
Okay. So we may have to just change the flow a bit then. Okay, so we'll straight away start with Rajesh ji leading us through, giving us the gyan, and then we'll move into higher education, and that's the flow we will kind of change. I think it's okay with Dr. Bharti.
Yeah, one second. Yes, absolutely.
What
I'll
we'll
just
do,
put
we'll
on my
start with
video.
Dr. Rajesh, and then we'll take Dr. Vora, and then you and Raj. We'll go through the questions, because what we heard right now from Mr. Raj is also very, very interesting and very important. There is a lot of positivity which is coming up, and I think we need to leverage and create this as a movement. That's very, very important.
Right. Actually, since we are live already, that's why, so we can keep discussing these things. NEP has mentioned all these things, and we also realize it. But the question is, how do you take it forward is very, very important. Otherwise, it is only at the discussion level. So the practicality is very important that I think, we should touch upon.
Yeah, because that's where I think Dr. Rajesh and Raj, basic ground level work should actually be scaled now, because these are the learnings which have already seen multiple cycles. They may have a lot of inputs to share. Like when Dr. Rajesh was saying that he has got a lot of gyan and a lot of experiences at multiple levels. Then I gave the feedback immediately to Dr. Rajesh that I think it's important that you got a lot of freedom to work. And even in the structure, to get that elbow room itself is very, very important.
Absolutely. Otherwise, every time, you will just stumble and you will not be able to move forward.
No, but actually, when you try to look at the whole design as such, first time I'm seeing a flow across from school till, higher education. Otherwise, they were all pieces, they were all, I call them as anath, no linkage between ye bhi karna hai, wo bhi karna hai. And I think that's where I was expecting if Mr. Shah could have joined us from CBSE, he would have given a lot of different perspective, because at school level, if the right seeds are not being sown, I think developing them further becomes a very, very important thing. And that's where I think this giving a day is also 10 days, bagless days is again a very important aspect as such. Otherwise, many people don't get that aspect. Bagless days, vagara, people don't get that particular perspective. So that we have to kind of be a little cautious about. Because that you are now giving a time, you are giving what to do, at least 6 to 8, 9th to 12th. Those are some things which are very, very clear. My only request is that key schools should not kill that like SUPW, how they killed SUPW. They should not kill vocational education also in the same direction. That's the only worrying point for me, as somebody who works with school. Otherwise, I think we are kind of good. In higher education, again, I think there'll be a lot of restructuring. I think that's where Dr. Bharti, I think your role also will come in. First of all, the teacher's mindset that no student is going to leave you is going to will be with you for 3 years, which is a normal mindset for people. So I think the teachers also will require a lot of mindset shift to say that no, the student is 1 year and I have to cover expected outcomes in that 1 year. If the whole design is for that 1 year, then I think exit, entry, all that will kind of be very, very helpful.
Absolutely, because here the mindset, even at what you're saying, that like SUPW, we kill everything. I hope what you're saying, that is something which I'm feeling. I understand that, that how you accept it, it is so very important. And I will share that experience also, what I come across, how people treat this particular subject, and vocational, we started with schools which have been part of in the year 2003, 2004 also. So it is not something, that I am doing just now. So many years back also we have done it.
That's important. Not only this, I think it's equally important that the kind of investment what is required. Because Raj will surely agree with me, the amount of money which has to be given even to do perishable or the things, material requirement for certain things. I think the cost to be allocated should be directly, I think we need in India more DBF or no direct benefit should go to the child that model should now come in. Otherwise, what will happen? The fundings and other things becomes a big challenge. Because what I have seen in Finland, countries like Finland, is that, giving 60 euros, 70 euros per child, and then the kind of money and the kind of infrastructure what has been done is amazing, I can tell you. Some of my experiences with Omania.fi and others, I think has been quite interesting to see. Even in India, there are schools which have started, but because they don't have anything structured, I think the challenge is coming there. And that's where Rajesh and Raj can actually lead, saying that, okay, this is ye ho raha hai, ye ho sakta hai, or aise ho sakta hai. That is what is very, very important. And then scaling will become easier. Otherwise, people will always be theoretical, and theoretical things may look good at a report level, but actually at things to start, I think that will be important. Dalia, whenever we are ready, let us know so that we can start the formally and then we can get into it.
Sir, we can start now as my professor, as he is facing some issues in logging in. Meanwhile, she will log in, so we can start.
Fine. So,
very warm welcome to all the panelists to this session. This is a talk of the country now, the NEP, National Education Policy. Talks of integrating vocational education with mainstream education and targeting 50% of students to be exposed to vocational education by 2025. In this context, it is preemptory to visualize the effectiveness and implementation plans in achieving the intended outcome. The NEP has subsumed that vocational training within the mainstream education system, preferring it as an integral step towards the country's socio-economic reform. This will ensure a large number of educational institutes available to the states as a potential TVET provider and in the coming years. However, there are a number of points to consider in terms of equal weightage on formal and vocational education, understanding the process of industry linkages while setting up centers, so on and so forth. To this effect, the session intends to explore the dependencies of vocational training in the realm of education and economy, while also understanding the effectiveness of this integration. The interaction will also include insights on the pathways where Eastern states already have or should have in view of to achieve outcome of 50% students being exposed to vocational education by 2025. Today we have with us Dr. Senthil Kumaran, Chief Confluencer, the Learner Confluence, as a moderator. Over to Dr. Senthil, please.
Thank you, Shubhankar, and thank you, Team CII, for inviting me to moderate this very, very interesting panel, and a panel with the people who have worked at the grassroots level and who have been driving the change at the grassroots level. Because at the end of the day, we may talk about theory, but if there are no success stories to talk, I think we will say that that was just the theory, cannot be implemented. But with a very positive note, let me welcome all the participants who have joined and panel members for this particular session. We have already heard, and some of you also might have gone through this. Everyone is talking about new education policy, new education policy. Yes, new education policy is there, but what we really need to look at is that because many people say that what is new about new education policy and how exactly vocational education kind of thing comes in. Something very, very interesting, which I was kind of, when I looked at it, this particular whole perspective was that there is a target which has been now at least a number that 50% of students from school and higher education should get in. I think that number is something, target is something very interesting for me. Second is, I think one of the challenges of, funneling down when you try to talk about 100%, students getting into dropping at 10th standard, 12th standard, degree, and it comes down to, almost around 18% when we try to talk about higher education. So that filtering down also actually made sure that many people were kind of dropping. So getting back those 2 crores which are missing in this whole scheme is something very interesting. And not only trying to do things internally or for East or for India, but then trying to see that how do we align with the global perspectives. And I think that's where this UN Sustainable Development Goals of 4.4, how exactly leveraging the demographic dividend is something very, very important. So that's with that kind of a very clear perspective. I think yes, there are a few things which are meant as policy, but then I think we really need to see that what exactly needs to be done to make all this happen. In today's panel, I think we have all segments of the education. We have school, where we will be, having Mr. Saha joining from CBSE, who is responsible for vocational education and training. At higher education, at the institutional level, we have Dr. Rajesh, who's a practitioner, and he's going to share about his perspectives. Then we have Dr. Niharika. She represents the university and higher education institution. Niharika ji, namaste. Are you able to hear us? Niharika ma'am, are you able to hear us? Okay. Then we have Dr. Bharati. She plays dual role. She's the Secretary General, as well as she will be representing CII because she's also part of the CII Committee on Education and she leads there. So she will be the person who will take some of these key learnings back to the committee, and then some actionable points can happen for the whole East. That's very, very important. But to make all these players to come together, because there is always important that there should be certain practices which are not happening in a very in the structured environment. Outside the structured environment, there are a lot of people who are working, and we have a very, very experienced gentleman with us, Mr. Raj Gilda. He is going to take us. He is going to take us through what exactly is the story at the grassroots level, because he has tried multiple models, whether it is CSR, whether government, whether private, and trying to bring this perspective, bringing that professional perspective to this whole subject of vocational. So when you try to look at this particular panel, the panel is very, very well equipped to basically talk about this particular subject. Statistics, yes, those things are there. But what is very, very important? First time, what we are trying to see in this whole model is that the policy is supporting with certain practices, which is very, very interesting. When I went through as a practitioner who works with schools, colleges, university across the country, and being a teacher also for some time, and then being part of CII also for some time, what I feel, I think this is the first time that there are a lot of things are being put as supporting practices, which this particular policy talks about it. At the right age, if you try to see the alignment, the 3rd, 5th, and 8th standard, the 3rd, 5th, and 8th, the assessments which the child will be doing based on his competency is something very, very interesting first time which is going to come in. So 3rd, when the diagnostic happens, the child progress happens in 5th. So child can actually see which direction he or she is moving. But when you come to 6th standard, 6 to 8, there are 10 days, bagless days. So those 10 days, the children have to go and visit multiple types of vocations. And what I liked in the whole NEP as such is that you will be actually seeing what's happening around you. You're not trying to be exported and given a gyan about what's happening outside the country or in other part of the country. That may be given, but what is interesting is to see. And I am trying to look at it that 6th standard to 8th standard, 3 years, 10 days, 30 vocation. If the schools can plan beautifully, the child can actually get interested in one of those areas. And that's where I think the 8th standard assessment will help the child to grow very interestingly. And that's where I think 9, 10, 11, 12. 9, 10, level 12, the choice of subjects, what we are trying to talk about in a new education policy will be very, very helpful. Now, if you try to look at the complete supply chain, not only living till 12th, but when we go to the higher education, and I think I have Dr. Bharati and Dr. Niharika here, they will shortly give their perspectives. But what I loved is that anytime entry, anytime exits. So you start collecting as many credits possible, and you can start seeing कि आपके interest में you are trying to nurture that and trying to get into it, because this is the whole cycle which has been kind of done it, and with so many initiatives by the government, I'm very positive that I think this is the first time to put it in a lighter tone, I think Mosam is right now correct for this particular whole thing to kind of evolve. Right. So let me get straight away to, without talking much from my perspective, surely I'll add on where it is required. We will have Mr. Vishwajit Shah joining a little later, But let's start with Dr. Rajesh. Rajesh, what are your perspectives? Because you are a person who has been thick and thin. You have seen inside, outside the country, the practices, the perspectives. I would like to hear from you some opening remarks about the whole scenario, NEP and vocational, how we can reimagine.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Senthil sir, my colleagues who are the panelists in today's discussion. At the outset, let me thank CII for inviting us to be part of this very important deliberation that we are going to discuss in the next 1.5 hours. If you could allow me to make a short presentation, is it possible?
Shubhankar?
Sure, sir, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah. Can you please confirm you are able to see that?
Yes, Rajesh, you can go ahead.
Okay. So I'll be very short in the initial remark and the observations. I think sir has already set the tone regarding the NEP 2020. So I'll be mainly highlighting what are the key messages, and more importantly, where we are all interested that how we can really plan to realize what are the recommendations of any particularly to vocational education, and what should be the strategic priorities I feel which the states and union territory should keep it, and finally we'll have some way forward for this one. I think sir has already highlighted that now vocational education is going to be integrated in schools and higher education in the phased manner. So the next 10 years, we are going to see vocational education getting streamlined across the board. Second important message which sir has highlighted that 50% of the learners by 2025, today we are in 2021. So another 4 years, we have to ensure that 50% of the schools and higher education students have exposure to at least one vocation. So it's a really challenging message and challenging aspiration that this national education policy is thinking about it. You will be all pleased to know that I was very fortunate among many experts and eminent, knowledgeable person. So I was one of those few who have been also consulted that what kind of recommendation you have in the National Education Policy 2020. Now, particularly coming back to the planning, because ultimately the test is how we realize these all developments and the recommendations of this one. I think as simple as that, we can even start with planning a special task group for planning and implementation of NEP 2020. And the task group may vary from state to state, and it will depend upon the size of the state also, the size of the requirement also. But as a suggestion, I feel that the senior officials of the states and union territories can be there, eminent educationists, practitioners, school academic scholars, industry representatives, and community leaders can maybe possibly form a basic core task group who can really visualize, who can really plan, who can think that how they are going to visualize the recommendations of NEP 2020 to be implemented by specific states or by union territory. Because every state varies in terms of their, we all know every state has its own strength and weakness, diversity is there, different priorities are there. So depending upon all this nomenclature and this task group can be added and can be expanded further and all that. Second thing is, most important priority we feel is at PSSCIV, in spite we have 1 year of National Education Policy 2020, still I am telling you, there is still need to have a mass awareness among the people. Because still teachers, students, parents do not really understand what are the benefit and what are the things that has been advocated into this one. So that's why it is important that a series of, awareness program for all the stakeholders across the union territories and the states can organize for the different task stakeholders and all that. Second important, I think, the focus while we are doing awareness, we also need to put emphasis on image building of vocational education. We all know still there is a misconception between general education and vocational education. So as we are promoting the awareness about NEP, it is also equally important that we also create the image building of vocational education. So that's why short medias, promoting vocational education could be a good idea. And this can be done in the local language, the regional language, the state language, so that it reaches to the masses and it becomes much more easy. A lot of publicity material, simple pamphlet, folders, for the variety of people can be really created in local languages and all that. Another thing is social media, and use of media for building positive image of vocational education and training is very, very important if you really want to create the target of 50%. The more people are aware, more people are sensitized, I think that will help us to realize the target very fast. Sir was also highlighting about pre-vocational education for classes 6 to 8. And I think for that one, very important is that, 50% learners has to be touched upon. And I think, to my mind, pre-vocational education is going to be the game changer when we talk about vocational education in our country. Because, the misconception about vocational education can be addressed through this pre-vocational education. And that's why we need to identify which are the schools we are going to focus on introducing pre-vocational education. It cannot happen overnight. So it has to be planned activity, has to be phases. Like in the first phase, how many schools? In the second phase, how many schools? Which are the schools which we are going to target and all that? Then we need to orient those principals or headmasters who are going to play with this pre-vocational education. The teacher preparation, which our chairman sir also highlighted, preparation of teachers is going to play a very important role, because pre-vocational education, how it will be transacted, how it will be implemented, and there the role of the teacher is very, very important. In fact, if I have become engineer, it is because of my teachers only, because they were the instrumental, they were the one who motivated me to take up this as a profession, this as a career. And another thing which was highlighted was the 10 days bagless informal internship. And that's why you'll be happy to know PSSCIV is already working as a task group, and we are coming up with the guideline for implementation of 10 bagless days. So we are working on this one, and this will be prepared. Once it will be finalized, then it will be shared with all the states and union territories how they can do it and all that. Regarding few action agenda, I feel the first important thing is establishment of skill laboratory. So we need to identify the school clusters where this hub and spoke model in which we are going to create the skill laboratory, because ultimately the near every school may not have the skill laboratory. So this hub and spoke model is very, very important, and we need to identify where we are going to do it. Now, while we are doing also, we also need to have some kind of partnership, because policy also talk about collaboration with local institutions, industries, NGOs, and all that one. So it is very important at state level, there is some guidelines being formulated for signing an MOU. Either state can sign MOU, or it can empower the schools to sign an MOU with this one, with a broad structure of the MOU and all that. Second important thing is, local partners, because this is the first time schools are entering into a partnership or collaboration with different actors. So that's why it is very important to assist the principals, the headmasters, in identification of local partners like ITS, Polytechnic, now engineering colleges, NGOs are there, hospitals, to name a few and all that one. Then we need to also identify where we are going to set up this skill laboratory. This is very, very important, because the location of the skill lab, the school is very, very important. The existing infrastructure, the facilities, the access to this particular hub where the other schools are going to be accessing for this laboratory, these are all vital issues that also need to be taken by the state. And accordingly, we need to upgrade the infrastructural facilities for the identified schools and all that. Now, another couple of points. Expanding and strengthening vocational education in the school. So first of all, because we have to reach to the 50% of the learners, so we need to identify new schools where we are going to introduce vocational education. So which do not have vocational education. So there we can identify in a phased manner. And once the schools are being identified, we have to upgrade their infrastructure and training facilities so that student can take the benefit. Another important is career counseling, and this has been missing in the vocational education. Maybe later on, I will share more updates on this career counseling, what we are trying to do on this particular aspect. Then, as many of us are quite talking about aspirational vocational education, and there is a lot of things to be done on vocational education. And one of the way we can do is by introducing new age skills, so that, demand of the industry 4.0, these are also kept in mind while we are offering. The nomenclature of the job role should be also changed so that it becomes really attractive, and parents also feel that yes, there is some value the students are attaching with the nomenclature and all that. And the last one is offering internship and all that one, that as I mentioned you earlier, we are already working on it. The second agenda I feel is use of ICT in vocational education, and particularly as we are recovering from COVID-19 pandemic, we have realized ICT was the only vehicle that the school has been able to push through in, to reduce the, learning continuity gaps and all that. So we need to now take the lesson from this one, that we need to upgrade ICT infrastructure. And there is a lot of content which is available that can be easily made accessible by when the ICT infrastructure is very strong with the schools. We also need to organize, pre-service training, short-term training program for the teachers for preparing, because this is one critical area which is going to play a very, very important role. And along with that, capacity building of the teachers, use of ICT for enhancing quality teaching learning are equally priorities while we are realizing NEP on the ground. Like, we can have blended format for preparing the teachers on the vocational education and all that. You all will be pleased to know PSSCIV is already coming up with a certificate program on vocational pedagogy.
Okay.
And so this will be launched in the next couple of months. We are already designing and planning on this one. Last 2 slides only. There are 2 important things that we have to do while prioritizing the implementation agenda. First of all, we have to also look at the local needs, because this is what was also advocated by the NEP. And the last most important thing is monitoring mechanism. So how state is going to monitor the entire activities while we are implementing NEP? So we need to properly have a system where the data is coming time to time. How many students are taking the benefit of vocational education, including ITI, short-term training by MSD, polytechnics and all that. So that will help us the progress on this one. Last but not the least, we have to always remember, as we all know, one size or one design do not fit all. Every state is very unique, and that's why we have to see the in totality, that the model, the steps, what I am suggesting to you will vary from state to state. So every state will have to envision, and they have to really plan the NEP 2020 implementation. While implementing, we have baggage of the previous national education policies. We have some successes and some, challenges we have faced while implementing the recommendation related to the vocational education. But now this new education policy talk about reimagining. So when we talk about reimagining vocational education, it is important that we need an optimistic outlook. We need a positive thinking where there is an effective leadership team is there, healthy accountability is there, proper processing is there, structures are there. And most importantly, the values that we are trying to inculcate towards skill through vocational education are very, very important. So these are my initial thoughts also. And
Yes,
also
Rajesh, thank you, Dr. Rajesh. Thank you very much for kicking off with giving us some more input, being a part of that particular whole process. I think it was very important to also get to see what exactly needs to be done with regard to the whole setting up of the context. Let's move on from here from Dr. Rajesh. I will have some questions to you, Rajesh, little later, because while you were talking about it, I love the idea of vocational pedagogy. I think that's something very, very important, which many people don't know about it, how to teach. I think that's something I would like to ask a question little later. And also one question, get ready, I will have you on education 4.0 and industry 4.0. There'll be one question to you based on what you said. I'm going to come back to you a little later. Let me invite Dr. Niharika ji. Niharika ji, are you able to hear us now? Okay,
I can hear you and I can
Yes.
see you.
Yes, thank you very much. Pleasure having you with us at this particular forum. And I would like, first comments from you on higher education segment. And you come specifically from a skill university. So what is your perspectives on vocational education? How do we try to reimagine from the higher education perspective?
Okay. You'll have to give me 1 minute so that I can
The voice is cracking, ma'am.
speak.
Yeah, we'll wait.
Because I'm
We are not able to hear you, ma'am.
Okay, this is good. I'm sorry, I'm ended up having to travel today and about and so outside.
Ma'am, will you take 5 minutes so that I
can you
can
hear
come
me
back
now?
to you, Niharika, ma'am? Is that okay?
Can you hear?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Me now?
Now we can hear you.
So, maybe I'll just speak from here because the room that was given to me didn't have a good internet. So, all right. So I want to say 3 or 4 things that I think are relevant to this whole question of skill education. Obviously, we have all been talking about higher education, vocational education at the school level, and we have also been speaking about sort of changing the narrative around vocations, skill education. And I think there have been several experiments that have already been done, and people have been trying to figure out what would be the best way to skill the population. The need for skill education is really, really high in India. We are at a point where there are so many places where the industry is hurting because it doesn't have well-trained, skilled people. The point that I'm sure that all of us would agree with is the example that has the fiasco that has happened in the IT department with Infosys. Now, I'm sure Infosys is not a rogue company, doesn't want to make.
Ma'am, I think, is it possible for you to settle down in a place and then speak?
Mistakes. So but skills are in all domains. So whether it is skills around people, whether it is skills around you need people to be all of these. In fact, I think our biggest one of our biggest problems that we have done over in the time that I have been doing this is that skill education actually is very, very expensive. It requires a lot of one-to-one training, teaching resources, and skill education is also something which takes time because it's not just about doing it well to the point when you start to develop some kind of a judgment in that area and discernment in that area, and that, as all of us know, takes time to develop. And the third is that skill education also requires a more holistic development of the person. We are not creating a tool. We are actually training a human being to be working in a field for a long period of time. So if we are creating a human, if we are training, if we are honing a person in a field for a long period of time, then it makes sense for us to actually not just talk about that one little thing that they are supposed to learn, but actually learn across areas. And I think that is one of the things that the whole experiment with skill education has completely failed on. And I think the good news is that when we are saying universities are going to focus on skill education, we are starting to say, look, the only thing that a university is doing is not just giving a degree, which is a passport to doing various things, but it is giving a degree with the promise that the person who's coming out actually is skilled in doing whatever we are giving them a degree in. So be it weaving, be it coding, be it counseling, be it dentistry, be it plumbing and or painting or tiling. So that I think is something that we are starting to, I like the fact that the narrative is shifting from saying that the skill is not just and better perspective is what I would like to focus on as the narrative that we should possibly look at. And I think NEP with its ability, with its one little point about multiple entry exit is saying we don't have to do this in one go. If you come in and you want to go out and see what is happening in the world and then make a choice to come back into the field, that is saying education is not just about getting a degree, but it is about actually dabbling in the area as long as possible. And I think as a university which is now setting things from the beginning at the Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University, we see the excitement around the multiple entry exit. We see also the complexity of designing something with a multiple entry exit. But I think just because something is complex and just because we have large numbers is not the reason why we shouldn't do some of these things.
Yeah.
So we definitely
Sure.
need to
Ma'am,
do some of
we are losing.
If it is about learning something with your hands. Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Yes.
Vocational education. So vocational education is something about working with your hands. On the other hand, while what we are, I think, saying is vocational education is the choice of a vocation. It is something that you will at least want derive purpose and meaning in your life. And I think that is what vocational education has to be looked at and modeled as. While this is noble, I think until educators and organization and higher education institutions and schools don't start to relook at it from this mindset, I think we will continue to think of skill as something that is second grade or third grade. So I think all of us who are thinkers in education, who are in schools and in higher education institutions, have to start shaping the narrative first for ourselves and then as we go along. So maybe I will stop here. I'm sorry, I have a patchy connection. I'm really sorry for the poor.
Don't worry, Niharika. I think the point what you said makes a lot of sense, that we really need to kind of set a narrative, and that narrative has to be leveraged. Let me invite Dr. Bharati Bhattacharya to give us perspective from Secretary General, who's been managing multiple types of institutions, right from school to a higher education institution. Her perspective, and also she is somebody who represents CII's education committee in this particular panel. So I'd invite Dr. Bharati Bhattacharya to go ahead. Please, ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Senthil. I thank CII for taking up this topic because I think this is being the need of the hour, and all of us need to actually find out as to why are we talking about vocational education. Why is it so very important for, school level or at the higher education level? Because we realize
So
that,
nice.
is there some noise coming
No,
in?
no. I think Niharika ma'am was speaking. Go ahead, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. So I think what the two speakers have already spoken and what we are doing in our educational institute, I'll say from a very, very practical point, is that how do you define vocational education and how it is accepted by everyone across. That means even the teachers. It is just not saying that national education policy is harping on some skill education and people will have to do it. But how that has been defined and who are being actually asked to take. So all this while, only from the open schools, people were taking these vocational education. And it is taken as if that people who cannot go for any other line should be going for vocational education. That's the concept which has been ingrained in people's mind. And it is still now when I talk to people, it is that acceptance is not there as to that vocation education can be taken up by everyone and it is a requirement. And it is not that only people who are not, doing well in physics, chemistry, and mathematics should be going for vocational education. That's not the idea. And this should not only be starting from certain level, but it should start from class 4, 5 and onward. And if we take up each topic, like the bagless days that you have spoken of, yes, the bagless days, yes, we need to tie up with a lot of people. But I am saying, before we tie up, let us see what is available in our institute itself. Every institute has an office. And that office, does different things, multiple things. They do banking. So children can be, shown how these banking operations are done even in the educational institute. The institute, usually bigger institutes, they also have people, where there are fixed electricians, fixed, carpenters, and see how the work is being done. Maybe there is a garden, how this gardening is done. And this, when we are teaching, say, simple gardening, it's a skill. So even the gardener needs to be educated to know what kind of soil I would be using, or what are the techniques that I should be, taking up. So these are small things that we can start with the bagless days, and definitely with other industries, other help, we will be tying up. But to start with, we can start within the institute itself and see how we can increase the skill level of the children. Today, what we are finding, since as you rightly mentioned, that we are catering to students who are 3+ to postgraduate level. Now, I'm talking about even the business school. When we are talking about a business school, we run an autonomous program. Now, with this autonomous program, the good thing is that we are trying to get industries to develop the curriculum. So they are industry ready. So I think we need a lot of mapping to be done with the industry, that what are the requirements? How do I develop each child? What is the quality of this child? And for that, again, we need to percolate down with the curriculum. Secondly, with the faculty development program. At every level, it is very important that our faculty is developed to see that, such things can be handled at that level. So it is not only industry mapping as to, the requirement of people so that we can tie up. Secondly, we also need to see that faculties are developed at every level, be it school level, be it higher education level also. We have seen during the pandemic that how we have gone for digitalization, all of us. But we are thinking that there is a problem with going from physical to virtual. But more than the problem, if we can do some action research, I'm sure we will find out that the problem that we are thinking is not actually a problem. The problem lies with the training, with the mindset. if we are trained to see how we can engage a child or, in the virtual platform, I'm sure all the problems that we are talking of will reduce. I'm not saying that we should not be having physical classes. We should be having, because that has its own plus points. But the virtual problems that we are facing, we can reduce it. So that's a skill, and that is what your Industry 4.0 is saying. Your Industry 4.0 is saying that, we need to be skilled digitally. We need to see that, people are actually making good use of digitization. And we are not only talking about Industry 4.2, but we are also talking about Industry 5.0, where you need to move from 4.0 to 5.0, and educational institutes need to be, aligned with this Industry 4.0 and Industry 5.0. That means, what values am I adding? Today, if I'm making everyone do everything, then am I actually adding value to the child's life? That is something we need to see. So even after National Education Policy has mentioned about multidisciplinary, we need to find out from every school, are they still making divisions of science stream, commerce stream and humanities stream, or are they allowing children to take different subjects?
Sure.
There would be a logistics problem, because I may have limited classrooms. If I have limited classrooms, how do I then give physics with music? Can I do it again with the help of Industry 4.0? Can I tie up with other institutes that, okay, fine, today, my child wants to take up some subject which I may not even have in my school. Can I do that with other institutes and, allow that child to take up that subject? Is it possible? Is something we need to think through. So I think what I can conclude, whatever I've said is something, definitely an awareness, not only among students, among parents, among all the stakeholders, because this awareness on vocational education is very important. And it is not for only the open school, it is for all of us, because we need to be skilled. This is the first thing. Secondly, our faculty all needs to be, open to this idea that this is not a second grade education system. It is a parallel education that one needs to have. Because, we always have this feeling that if I have taken up physics and maths, I'm on top of the world and other people are just below. It's not like that. There are many such people who are skilled and are doing very well in life. We need to bring those examples to people. How are the industry thinking of tying up at the school level, so that, yes, children from different places, we can send them to the different, companies or different industries. But before we do that, as I said, that we can start within our institutes, finding out what is available and how we can utilize it before we actually tie up with outside industry people, because that is already there, ready for us. And definitely, I mentioned about this because we as an institute, we have thought of bagless days, and we are going to have these bagless days, and this is how we are going to cater to these bagless days. And entrepreneurship education. Entrepreneurship, is it at the higher level only? No. We can actually give to every child some amount of, responsibility, and seeing that how those ideas they can sell.
Sure.
And see that, it is a marketable lot. So, we are basically trying to teach students from, a lower level to the higher level.
Sure.
For the time being, this is
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Bharti.
And you definitely need a lot of collaboration. The learning hubs that we have, which is there already introduced by CBSE. I think these, as you say, community learning, community hubs, these are very important for such kind of education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bharti. I think it was very important. So far, what we have heard is two things which have coming out very, very clearly. And somebody who is not in a very structured system or sitting outside the system, I have Raj Gildaji. I think he is somebody who's going to talk, who will have the flexibility as well as might have seen the pluses and the challenges from both the perspective. I would surely like to ask you, but my key two takeaways, Mr. Raj, has been only two. One is what is coming out from all the three speakers is right awareness. Do we really need a right awareness? Because you are at the ground, you are working with people. Do people really have the right kind of awareness? I would like you to address that. Second is acceptance. Acceptance by the people or the stakeholders when it comes to the vocational education or skill. Now, these are the two things which is explicitly coming out. So I would like you to touch a bit about it in your talk, Dr. Raj. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Senthil. I'm very pleasure to meet all our parents here as well. I must say that since we have been in the field for all the years, when we started working in the field, we had to sell vocational education. And there was a lot of resistance from almost everybody, in that sense. And what I can say very confidently now, after 12, 13 years, is that we don't have to sell it anymore, which is a good thing. That it is accepted by all. In fact, I would say that contrary to some of the perception, the parents have moved on. They have realized that education is not delivering, and this vocational education is the way to go. And it's a responsibility of influential people like you and me, the policymakers, the funders, and the people who are running the schools and otherwise, to actually help the parents realize their sort of dream, right? In that sense, so I would say that the parents' perception from what we are seeing have really become quite realistic, actually, in the whole process. In terms of I would say currently the vocational education is still focusing a lot on the vocational part itself, especially when we look at the school education. If I look at the school education from say up to 12th grade, up to 12th or the age of 18, it is as much about applied learning. It is as much about life skills as well as about the vocational itself in that. So that aspect of it, where somebody mentioned example about gardening. The gardening is going to teach you botany, right? The gardening is going to teach you what a water can do. Gardening is going to teach you very advanced principle of soil and other things. That's the academics part of it. Gardening can teach you that nothing comes easy, in life. Says that not everything you work on is going to grow.
Correct.
So how do I handle the failure? Or if the school is closed, how do I convince somebody that अरे भैया कल के आप पौधे को पानी देना? You need to water my plant because I'm going to be away. So negotiating those kind of skills. So I think the same gardening can have a very high technology element. I can use image sensing to judge my gardening leaves. I can use technology for drip irrigation and other things. So suddenly, as you can see, the very mundane this thing like gardening can have all the features which you require in a very advanced level of education, in that sense. And I think it is about learning to learn, in that, because nobody can predict what is going to happen in 10 years or 20 years, regardless of what consultants may say 2030, 2040, and all that. Because myself, if I look at my own example, I worked with my dad as a kirana store, so that was my first career.
Business.
I then sold insurance policies when I was studying engineering. That was my second career. Then I worked as an engineer for a few years. That was my third career. Then I worked in consulting in financial services sector. That was my fourth career. Then I worked in finance. That was my fifth career. And now here I am in the social development sector, which is my sixth career, right? In that. So nobody would have predicted this, right? So the idea is that how do we do learning to learn in that sense, and the awareness is required on that front. That it is not that otherwise too much talk about AI and blockchain and our machine learning and this and other things are true. For us, nothing is rocket science except rocket science, actually. So as long as we're able to have it, make it people more adaptable to what they do is what is required. And lastly, my point would be that the charity begins from home in this whole process. The acceptance will be there, because if I just look at one very simple example, if you're in your toilet, the flush is not working, you get a plumber. After 3-4 calls, he comes straight away. You take him to that toilet, and then he will do something for 15 minutes. Then he'll ask for 500 rupees. and we grudgingly give 500 rupees. What is there? 20 minutes ka kaam is asking for 500, right? Now compare this scenario, or usko one says fix your problem, he's gone. Compare that with somebody coming to your home to say you're selling a DirecTV connection or a credit card. You'll invite him inside, you'll make him sit on the sofa, offer him tea, offer him, water, this, that. Even though both the services you don't need in your life, and they're going to put you in debt for lifetime. In
Correct.
but still, we treat them with much more respect, right? In that sense. Whereas the person who solved your lifetime problem of not being able to use the toilet, we haven't even offered water to them, right? So the initiatives are. So I have been saying the initiatives like Uber, Ola, HouseJoy, Urban Class have done probably more for dignity of labor than any of us in 100 years combined, right? In the whole process. So unless we do that we ourselves take initiative. In my office, the office I'm sitting right now, the maid had not shown up for 7 days, and my staff did not clean the toilet. So this morning I cleaned the toilet. I said, what is wrong with me cleaning the toilet, right? In that sense. So that kind of a setting of examples is going to be quite critical. Otherwise, showing only advertisements, showing only commercials, showing only videos, but in our own life, if we don't according to act according to that, it's not the same, right? And I'll talk about the internships and other things which we are doing in the
But I have one question, Raji, because you are somebody who's not you have yourself said that you have seen multiple avatars and now you are playing one role. Okay. In this particular role, is there somewhere a misconception between skill and vocational education? Or is it the choice of vocabulary also matters?
No, so vocabulary absolutely matters, right? In that sense. In fact, in case of the school at least, we are calling it applied learning, in that sense, right? Because that is what matters, and that's what conveys what it is. Otherwise, you spoke about SUPW earlier, right? It is almost like some useful period wasted, in that.
I'm a student of KV, so I know how the maths and science teachers used to steal those periods. Probably, but we used to
exactly, whereas as compared to yes, yeah. No, I think the vocabulary matters, and that's why I'm so glad Ms. Neharika is there on the panel today, because those initiatives like Delhi's Skills University and all that is what is going to change the narrative, right, around this, providing such kind of vertical mobility as well as sort of preparing for the future.
Sure. So thank you very much for that. Let me quickly go back to Dr. Rajesh and hear certain stories from his perspective. Give us, Rajesh, one or two examples of how some of these things have been already implemented in your own structure, Dr. Rajesh.
Sir, could you please repeat the question, please?
I want to hear a couple of examples of how exactly it's already been done in your campus, because there are a lot of people who say that हमने ये किया, हमने वो किया, ऐसे किया, वैसे किया. But you are somebody who are in thick and thin in a campus. How one or two examples of NEP's integrants already been implemented in your campus? आपके कैंपस में वो कौन सी 2-3 चीजें जो ऑलरेडी आपने इंप्लीमेंट कर चुके हैं?
Okay. Because of the voice, I was not. But I can say I can highlight one or two very important initiative which we have been able to do it in the recent past. I will talk on two different aspects. The first important thing is revisiting the entire vocational education. In a sense, because I have seen the voices from the industry people, what they are looking from the vocational graduates, and what are the shortcomings among the vocational graduates, what needs to be really addressed. And one of the major shortcoming which we noticed was lack of employability skills and how we can do it. And this was a question because so far the vocational education program which was designed in the past, we are mainly focused only on trade specific or occupation specific program. So there we have redesigned the entire the architect of the vocational education program by bringing employability skill on the board. Now again, while implementing the employability skill, we examine many national and international good practices, what ILO is doing, what Germany is doing, Australia is doing, to name a few. And then we felt that what would be more apt for the Indian student. Because what will work in Germany may not work for the Indian student. The Indian industry's requirement is totally different. And accordingly, we have mapped the employability skill and identified 5 major subcomponents of employability skill. So the first one is known as communication skill. I think there is no disagreement on communication skill among Indian graduates.
Must be.
Then the digital literacy, that is, we call it as ICT skill. The third, we focused on self-management skill, where creativity, problem solving, decision making, innovativeness, team building, all those aspects of self-management has been encompassed into that one. The fourth dimension we touched upon was self-employment, that is entrepreneurial skills, because everybody will not get jobs. So we want many of the students to encourage to become entrepreneur. So the fourth dimension is entrepreneurial skill. And the fifth, which I was talking to you earlier, and that is regarding environment, regarding sustainability. And that's why we have included green skill as one of the essential component of employability skill, because every industry is needing that. Why we have done this, all these things, there are a couple of other reasons to this. I think in the coming years, vocational education and training is going to provide the largest number of manpower for the Indian industry. These manpower are going to be the highest consumer of natural resources. In a sense, highest polluters also. So until and unless these students are acquainted with all these things, the sensitivity towards our environment, sensitivity towards use of natural resources, the consumption pattern, all these things are, what are the mitigation technologies available, what is adaptation technologies are available, what are the clean and green technologies are available, what are the green practices which individuals can adopt at an institutional level, individual level. All those have been encompassed under green skill, just to name a few. So this is one way we have transformed change into the vocational education.
I just wanted to add a question to you at this particular stage is, how much of competency, because the whole new education policy is talking about from school to learning, what you call world to world of work, the connect. How much of competency based framework has been created in the vocational education space? Because you are somebody, because you very beautifully mentioned these 5 mantras, according to me, attributes, which are very, very important. So what is there some competency framework which has been designed?
Actually, as you are aware, we already have the National Skill Qualification Framework.
NSQ, yeah.
We also have the National Occupation Standards.
Correct.
So what we have done, we have identified 17 primary sectors of Indian economy, which has a huge potential growth as well as employment potential growth. So those 17 sectors were identified by the Ministry of Education. Keeping those sectors into mind, job roles were identified in different sectors.
Very good.
These job roles were aligned with the NSQ as well as with the National Occupation Standard. So what we have done for designing the curriculum, which is entirely based on occupational standard, and it is on learning outcome based.
Correct.
So that is how it has been done across this thing.
I would just 1 minute, because I know that you will move into something else, right? Because you have said a very important, how much of this connection is there between CBSE or state boards vis-a-vis vocational education? Are they all aligned, or is there still a gap? Because what I feel, I think Raj will be the right person to talk on this subject, the gap, what comes in between what is taught at school and what is taught at the institute. But is there some alignment which has already been agreed upon?
When we started 2017, of course, there is still gaps, I will say, to be very honest with you. But one thing I can confidently tell you that almost majority of the state, today there are 27 states and union territories. 27 states and union territories have already started offering our program.
Very good.
And if I give you in terms of number, there are 13,000 schools in India and 13 lakh students are taking the benefit of vocational education. I know these are small numbers maybe when we look at India, but these are the numbers we have attained in the last 4 years only.
Very good. Very good. So I think 13 lakh is not a small number, sir. I think the impact needs to be seen. And when we try to talk about investment, I think impact needs to be seen. And I think it's a right thing. So what you talked about, I love that idea of those 5 things. And then in your presentation, you also touched upon the guidelines. I think guidelines, jitna clear hoga, jitna saaf hoga, I think people application will become much more easier and important for us. And I think that's something very, very important which you touched. When you talked about these 17 skills, are these skills available for the benefit of participants who are going to see this little later? Is the skills somewhere listed in the website of either yours or of the
Yes, sir.
Ministry?
You can visit our website. In fact, you will see 152 job role learning outcome based curriculums are uploaded on our website, free for use and free for download.
Okay, fine. So others, please give credit also to the institute while downloading. That's a request to all the participants who are good, because this is something very important, because whenever such good work is happening, please give little credit, I think, to that institute which has taken. And I know that Rajesh and team might have taken a lot of time to basically devise all that. So thank you very much, Rajesh, for
I have 2 more things to add.
I'll come to that, but I would like to thank you first for offering people this particular opportunity. Next, you can go ahead with
your duty for the country we have to do.
Sure, sir. What are the second and third point? Please go ahead.
Just to add on to this curriculum, we have also uploaded digital resources. So our last 2 years, entire focus has been on digitalization of vocational education. So a lot of videos, a lot of PowerPoint presentation for all the published book is already prepared by us. So that work is already going on, and I think around 200 videos we have already uploaded on our website. Just now, a few minutes back, we also talked about pre-vocational education. Introducing pre-vocational education is going to be quite challenging for the states and union territories, including for the teachers. So to make their job easy, we have created 40 videos exclusively for pre-vocational education. So along with guidelines, this pre-vocational education going to help the teachers, including students. There are simple activities, very simple, fun-loving activities the student can really do at even home also, with using minimum resources which are available at home, and they can practice, teachers can practice into the schools, and that is how they can inculcate, they can promote the pre-vocational education. So this is on the digitalization and vocational education. But there are 2 more important interesting development I think will be of interest to many of us as well. First I will talk on the teacher side, because if we really want to realize NEP on the ground, teachers is the focus of attention. And until and unless we prepare the teachers in a right way, nothing is going to happen. To me, they are the oxygen to national education policy when we really see on the implementation. When it comes to vocational education, the situation is really, quite challenging. Why I'm saying? Because I have found most of the teachers who are working in the vocational education are really not oriented for vocational education. They really don't know what is vocational pedagogy, what should be the treatment to the skill education. And that's why there are 2 interventions we are trying to propose. The first one is a long-term solution for which we have designed a very innovative diploma in vocational education and training. It's a distance come contact mode program. We have developed all the, course-wise modules, self-learning modules are developed. And you'll be pleased to know this is the 4th batch we are going to start on diploma. We started 2 years back, and I'm very happy, 100%, participation by this, the students are happening in this one. We introduced school internship, industry internship as a part of the design of the diploma program. On a short-term solution, we are, as I mentioned to you, we are working on a certificate, online certificate on vocational pedagogy. So that work is which we are doing. And now the last suggestion I would like to add on as an example is at institutional level what we are trying to do. Because I talked to you about green scale, but the holistic way of looking at greening is greening technical and vocational education and training. We call it as green TVET framework, which includes green campus, green research,
infrastructure,
green community, green culture. So there are 5 major components on which this institution is working and advocating on greening. And I wish many of you can visit. Raj has visited our campus many times, and it's a beautifully maintained. You will see no plastic use across the campus, and this is because of all the people's participation, the employees' participation, and there is a entire story. Maybe some other time I can share how our journey on greening so far.
Sure. Thank you, Rajesh, for I think getting us those quick stories. Let me go to Niharika. Dr. Niharika, are you able to hear us?
You hear me?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, Dr. Niharika. Niharika,
Yes,
I
thank you.
just wanted, you started the whole conversation around making the narrative right. But one side narrative, but what are some of the quick success stories which we can, kind of showcase when it comes from the university perspective? Couple of at least 1 or 2 examples of initiatives.
Well,
Because
I think
at least trigger people
yes,
to think that side.
yes. Okay, okay. So one of the things that we have been doing is we have been designing the industry, just as Dr. Rajesh spoke about, to see which are those industries where there is a huge talent gap. And so like the banking industry has a huge talent gap, the facilities management has a huge talent gap, logistics sector has a huge talent gap. So we said, okay, we will design degrees around this, but we will not design it by just asking the academics. We will in fact first spend time with the industry, understanding what the needs are, and then we will have the industry and the academics work 50-50, pretty much like side by side, to actually develop the whole curriculum. And I think when we have developed this curriculum, and right now we've just reached a stage where the curriculum is ready, I can say for sure that a BBA retail curriculum that we've defined is much, much more skill based, and will get the student to work in the industry right away, as compared to when a typical BBA who also goes and works in the retail industry. Facilities and hygiene management, for example, there is not one single course that that actually trains people for this industry, and it's an industry which is growing leaps and bounds. It's growing more than the BPO industry at this point of time. And I think the way to do it is not to define courses in isolation, not to define courses for the next 30 years, but to define a course based on the industry and actually have a real conversation with the industry in the designing of the course. And then have the faculty, as you have rightly pointed out, as Dr. Rajesh has rightly pointed out, the problem is also that the faculty doesn't know how to teach some of these courses, because
They start teaching this like one of another subject. Unfortunately, they don't.
It will be gone. Then it will not make then it will not. So in fact, we are spending as much time on looking at the pedagogy and how and where the industry connect will happen during the course, so that there is an actual the intention gets translated into reality in the classroom. So so we have a very interesting journey ahead of us. While you might need to teach history of banking for sure, because it is a BCom course or a BSc or a BBA course, but does it need to be taught over the whole semester? Can this be taught much faster on a Zoom platform, as compared to maybe the skill part, which needs a lot more hand holding and practice during the term? So we are looking at how are we going to deliver it, who's going to deliver it, what is the mode of the delivery, and also what kind of connect does the student need for each subject, for each course. Yeah, so it's a lot of work, but I think that's exactly how skill education has to happen.
Correct. No, I appreciate that. So I'm sure that I think there is a competency framework which has also been designed by the university.
Yes.
When you have come up in a completely skill, is it also kind of available on the website of your institute or university?
Yes. So while DL will be available soon, because right now it is work in progress. The
Sure.
broad outline of what the committees have given to us is definitely available. The competency frameworks we are still working on.
Sure. Because
In the way competency frameworks are written. On the other hand, while I also think that competency frameworks are really important, I think we have to also define the competencies a little more broadly, because we are also creating learners for life.
correct.
One of the most important competency I've been saying we need to teach is people to learn forever. That's the most
Lifelong
important.
learning, what we try to talk.
Lifelong learning.
Yeah. And I think we have, Mr. Raj himself, who said that he is already into fifth avatar. Sorry, sir, I'm just trying to be more, make it more, kind of understandable for people that you change your roles quickly. And that's something very, very important based on the need. I appreciate the efforts taken by your team out there, Dr. Niharika. Let me invite Dr. Bharti Bhattacharya. Ma'am, why don't you quickly share a couple of initiatives? You have shared a few of examples, but would like to hear some couple of initiatives which at a higher education level, because school level we heard from you, at higher education, something which can actually say that, okay, connect. Because when we try to talk about learning world and world of work, the connect, and I know that you have a B school also, you have a higher education institution also. So how is this think is being tried at your campus?
Okay, let me first thank Mr. Professor Kambad, because I've been listening to you, and I think we really need to connect very strongly from CII also as to what is available and how it can reach out to people. And even Dr. Niharika, your initiatives I've heard, and that is something which we must do for every institute. They should know what is happening, may not be knowing. Now, at our B school, what I thought, I can share is that B school has two aspects. One is that we make students ready for the industry, where, I've already spoken that we take up, since we are an autonomous institute, we take up curriculum from them, what they want, and we try to make them ready. The other side is that we do some rural immersion projects, where we take up, say, microfinancing or other things, which we take to different levels of the community and, try to make them ready so that they become independent. So that is another aspect, where our students and faculty try to, do community building, because that is also something which I feel is very, very important. Apart from that, we have this incubation center where we, have these ideas which are there, and we try to talk to industries and see that whether those ideas may be accepted. And a model that I was saying, that a model where we also do the funding, and we say that whether the students can put in their ideas and see that whether it is a marketable idea or not. So this is how we are trying to do things at our B schools. But I think we have many things to do. As you rightly said, that vocation as a subject and skilling that you need under that vocation is very, very important. And in school, yes, we do start with, how much pressure one can take, how resilient you are. And, sometimes we are also connecting with different countries and what they are doing, so that, we are having these exchange programs through digitization, because nobody's now able to visit. Sometimes we do visit also and try to learn things from them. But I think at an institute level, what we can do, we can have many exchange programs and collaboration, institute to institute, school to school, where students learn. And I think the information as to what is available is very important. Let me also share that yes, we also have a B.Ed college in our Shikshayatan college, B.Ed department. And after hearing Dr. Kambad, I feel that in the B.Ed curriculum also, one needs to add vocational as a curriculum in a part, or as a subject in a matter, where teachers need to be trained, because if they are teaching at the school level, they need to know how they would be teaching a vocation, vocational subject. So that that is a change that we need to bring about, and I think as CII we need to bring this to the authorities that that the syllabus needs to be looked into. Thank you.
Sure.
I'm feeling very good, that listening to everyone, and I know what we need to do now.
Sure. Raj,
Yes.
I have a very important, because you might have tried some 3-4 models. Okay, one may be CSR angle, one may be self-funding angle, one may be an external funding action, one will be government project. You might have tried. Give us some flavors or ideas about 2-3 models which you think is shareable and which have shown some impact, because people have to take this learning to larger canvas. And if they have to take larger canvas, people like you who have already taken a journey, what your journey can add value to these people to scale.
Frontier is so awesome.
Thank you, Senthil. I think one of the things which I wanted to share with you, which we started about 4 years back, was the internship. Internship with small and micro enterprises. Because at the end of the day, no matter how many modern tools and equipment we put up in the school, or however we train the trainers, at the end of the day, nothing can replace the experience which you have it on the site, in that. And so, India is a land of micro and small enterprises. They're everywhere in that. So using them as our skill development center itself has been the idea which we have promoted for last 3-4 years, has been extremely successful in terms of access, in terms of the skills which students are able to learn, much more entrepreneurial in nature, because we all know jobs are not there. We have to create jobs actually, and otherwise. And lastly, also from the girls' point of view, I think majority of the time the girls lose out because the access is an issue from distance and otherwise too. So if you're doing internship with small and micro enterprise in your small, near to a school or home, parents are much more comfortable. Yes, I know where she's going, and otherwise too. So that is one model I would like to say has been very, very successful, and we have been sort of scaling it up as well. That is one. Second, I think what needs to happen is, and we have CII. This is organized by CII. The ease of doing business, right? Currently, even if there is a private school or a aided school which wants to introduce vocational education in the school, the norms and the procedures and all those are really tough, in that sense, right? So how do you really customize the even NSTF norms? How do you customize the sort of require compliance norms and otherwise to introduce vocational education in the school from investment point of view and even from getting the permission point of view? It is almost like a single window clearance which always CII will push for. Similarly, can I have seen that single window clearance if I'm a private school, right, to introduce vocational education in the school, and with community contribution. So in Maharashtra, where there is a huge movement of aided schools, we have been running vocational education program in Maharashtra schools totally from community participation. There is a small fee which is charged and otherwise too, and has been hugely successful, that model as well. So yeah, those are some of the examples that I would like to share at this point.
Thank you very much. I think we just have around 7 minutes. I'm just going to give 1 minute each what you call panel members to summarize and say, ये होने से ये successful हो जाएगा. If this is there, then this model will be successful. Just 1 line, 1 minute statement. And I can start with Mr. Raj. Why don't you say 1 line statement in 1 minute saying that ये करेंगे तो ये हो जाएगा. This is possible and doable.
No, I would say that if we are able to sort of think of vocational education as applied learning, as life skills as well, then the acceptance and investments will follow, right? Other day I had written a LinkedIn post saying that why vocational education is being treated as a poor cousin of life skills. Why vocational skills should be poor cousin of life skills, because life skills can be integral part of vocational skills as well. So that would be my one wish, to do that, and rest will follow.
Sure. Thank you very much. Niharika, Dr. Niharika, what's your take? 1 line, 1 statement to make this happen.
I think that what you've asked is a difficult question because in fact, whatever you want to do, you need to put an action before that, right? So that's definitely there. my thought at this point is that if we can actually widen the definition of vocational education and created more and steer it towards more of choosing a work that I would do in life, which would give me meaning and satisfaction, then I think we would also be able to, you know, we would be able to accord a little better. We would be able to attract better people into the system. That is one. And I think the second I would like to say is that at the end of the day, the industry will have to start paying premium for skill. We can't have the industry at the end of the day saying कि मैं तो road से उठा के किसी को भी ला सकता हूँ काम करने के लिए. And I think unless the industry also makes a move, this can only be a noise that we are creating.
Sure. Thank you very much, Dr. Niharika. Dr. Rati.
Acceptance, because that is very important, and aligning, whichever level I am there, because if I'm offering something to school education, that should be accepted by the universities. If then you say that I don't accept, then there is a non-alignment. So aligning is very important. Acceptance is very important at every level. It's just not saying, I'm giving this subject, whether it is the principal or the teachers, but they also need to accept that what is the future, what are the success stories, and that whether I'm fulfilling my dream or not.
Sure. Thank you very much. Rajesh.
I think already many things have been covered. I will say three important aspects to make this happen. The first I feel is the focus should be on teacher. Undoubtedly, without focus on teacher, nothing is going to really happen on the ground. Second, my take will be focus should be on training. So until and unless we empower the implementers in a right spirit, right way, with the right mindset, nothing will to happen. And the last point I would say is technology. Because including delivery, including assessment, including monitoring, technology is going to play a big role. And this will really help us to what extent we are able to do it. So until and unless we have teachers, until and unless we have training, and until and unless we use technology, I think with this 3T, definitely we'll be able to see good progress on NEP on the ground. That's my take on this.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh. I think just to quickly sum up with a couple of minutes what I have with me, I just would like to put the whole conversation into three simple alphabets called as A, B, and C. A is all about awareness, right awareness. That's very important. We should not just, as Dr. Niharika also talked about it, saying कि define karna hai. We really need to have right definition, right guidelines. Everything has to be very, very clearly been given, and that's where the awareness will come in. Based on this awareness, what Dr. Rajesh and others also talked about is building that competency and capability in the teacher who is giving that educational experience. Because that education experience is something which people would always like to look for. If I don't know, even if I know 25%, I deliver 100%, I'm still delivering only 25%. I think that's something which is a big challenge. So I think it's very important to do that building competency and capability. And the last is the C, the communication. The right kind of communication and the right success stories should go to people so that they have faith in this whole process of education. Otherwise, I always give this example. It will become one more, something what in Indian context we say, khane mein kari patta hona jaruri hai. You add flavor of curry patta, but while eating, you take the curry patta and keep it outside. You don't eat it. Not everybody eats it. So we have to, if at all, if we have to kind of, make vocational education really happen, then we have to start grinding that leaf and mixing it with the full dish. Then I think the appreciation will be better, because then we can always say curry patta karne se baal badhte hain ya ugte hain, then people will start investing more on that. With that particular note, my last statement is thanks to all the panel members for sharing your perspective. And Yadhi, if we have to make vocational education, reimagine vocational education, then first and the foremost thing is soch badlo. First and the foremost thing is soch badlo, lage raho. Because if you don't सोच आपकी बदलोगे नहीं और लगे रहने रहोगे, I think these things will not work. Thank you, Team
These
CII,
two
for giving
words
me
are
that.
very important, especially for Dr. Senthil, because I get that morning message. Soch badlo, lage raho.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bharati, and thank you, team, for giving us this opportunity to share some of our perspective. Hope the participants would have found value in this, and let's create a roadmap together. Now the task is ahead with CII. Thank you very much. Namaste. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senthil. Thank you, other panelists. It is indeed a very lively session. We are just about to start the next session, please. Good afternoon, Mr. Mitra.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are absolutely audible. We are just waiting for others to join.
Yeah, please.
Hi, Anita. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. Hello, Dalia. Nice to see you after so long.
After a
so
long
many
time.
years.
Hi, Anita.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Asif, how are you?
I'm good. Good.
Nice to see another Tata colleague.
Isn't it a nice surprise?
Yes, very much.
So I am working as a Stepney, basically. Stepney
Actually, this session, Mr. Mitra, so many glitches has happened. We were really worried about the session, but I'm sure that now the session is going to be very, very lively and full of information. Because before that, even one more speaker met with an accident yesterday evening. So,
I saw that in that mail.
Yes.
Yeah.
For kind attention of all, we are on live.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
We will be starting in next few minutes. Actually, panelists are facing some issues in joining, so we are waiting for them. We will start in next 2 minutes.
Okay.
Hi, Miss Saxena, how are you?
Hello, Shubhankar. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. A very warm welcome to the Skill Summit, to the last session of this summit. The session is on financing skill development, role of private sector. A very warm welcome to all the panelists. Skill development has primarily been funded over the years through various government initiatives and schemes. However, the private sector, barring a few companies, are yet to actively venture into this sector and the fund skill development trainings. We are today in a position to spearhead conversations that can persuade the private sectors to come forward proactively and invest on skill development. The manufacturing and the service sector within the eastern states have grown manifold in the past years. It is observed that to grow even more in coming decades, resulting in much higher engagement of the labor force in the state sectors, the private sector needs to engage in this sector. They have the big role to play as growing job providers from demand perspective, as on the supply side, or the training centers have an even bigger role, meeting the ever-growing manpower need where the private sector is yet to effectively participate. This session will dig deeper into this dynamic of training, labor, and understanding the need of private sector participations. It will also bring forward the ways states can encourage and collaborate private sector's large-scale investment within skill development. We have today with us Mr. Ashish Mitra, Company Secretary, Tata Downstream Products Limited. Over to Mr. Mitra, please.
Thank you, Shubhankar, for your opening remarks. Warm welcome to all of you, dear panelists, ladies and gentlemen, other distinguished guests. Good afternoon and welcome once again. This is really good to see all you are participating in this session. Let me introduce to my panelists today, my fellow panelists today. First, I'd like to introduce Mrs. Anita Rajan, who is driving the Tata Strive movement, the CEO of Tata Strive. I'm happy to share with you that both of us, we work for the same ecosystem of the Tata Group. Next panelist is Mr. Riaz Mullah, who is heading leadership training and talent development, Tech Mahindra. We have with us today Mrs. Aparna Dua, Director of Asha Impact. And last but not the least, Ms. Ria Saxena, Associate Innovative Financing of UNDP. Once again, welcome to you all. Technical and vocational education and training, or TVET, what we call in short in India, is largely government driven. And even though the National Skill Policy of 2009 rightly identified the need for private sector to increase its participation and ownership in skill development, the need for private sector to contribute was emphasized since skilling is most importantly demand or employer driven, and the technical and vocational education and training sector, or the TVET sector, to be a sustainable sector needs to have public-private participation. NSDC since 2009 has been able to mobilize financial assistance from public and private contributors and has provided low interest soft loans, grant and equity support to private enterprises, along with hand-holding and capacity building support to enter the TVET space. It is estimated that NSDC has disbursed around 12.52 billion rupees, Indian INR, in order to create skill training capacity, which in turn has attracted 142 to 302 billion INR from the private sector in the form of equity and market debt. So that's quite a good number. Currently, skills training in India is largely government driven, with only 36% of companies conducting in-house enterprise-based training. In a recent past, with the dependence on government funds for funding large-scale skill development initiatives, had resulted in suboptimal outcomes with respect to the number and quality of trained candidates. Further, it is still unaffordable for many families, since the target demography is primarily from a low to lower middle income background who cannot afford commercial bank loans. In this backdrop, India and globally is also witnessing a new phase of financing in TVET. Skill development companies over the last 10 years in India have shown clear growth in business. Outcome-based financing and social investments have increased world over. There are new instruments and contributors in the space of financing TVET. With these few words, I am leaving this forum open, and I would request my panelists today, distinguished panelists, to speak on the subject, share your thoughts. First, let us start with Mrs. Anita Rajan. Over to you, Anita.
Thank you very much, Asif. And I'd like to thank CII, Dalia, and her team to invite me here today for this discussion, which I think is very important because funding of skill development programs is actually the foundation of its sustainability. So I'd just like to talk about the experience that Tata Strive has had in the last 6 years. As most of you may know, we are a program that aims to provide livelihoods to young people, and the route we take is to skill them, to equip them and empower them to earn a livelihood. We are not funded by NSDC. Asif, since you mentioned it, I thought I'd clarify. We are not funded by NSDC, and our learnings in the last 6 years that we've existed, there are 2 or 3 things that I'd like to stress on. First of all, of course, that the CSR laws that were implemented almost a decade ago has been, of course, a game changer, a big game changer for all of us, which has ensured that there is one, funds flow, especially large companies, 2, that there is better governance. And I'm talking from the perspective of the Tata Group and maybe other large companies that have large budgets for CSR. Not only has it ensured that projects scale are possible through the right strategy, but the fact that there are certain clauses in the CSR law which ask for a very stringent governance model has ensured that there's a board level oversight over the programs, which means that companies have moved away from ad hoc programs to long-term strategic thought out programs. Also, it's not just about philanthropic or funding-based approach, but an approach of outcomes. What are we getting out of this funding? In the sense that what are we achieving? What is the impact of the youth, etc.? And these are very important steering wheels really of achieving the outcomes for skill development. And I think that's been a very big game changer. And I hope that these laws prevail for a longer period. As you all know, that both the Tata Trusts and the Tata companies have made large-scale investment, and are perhaps one of the unique examples in the world where doing well in business actually resides side by side by doing good in the community. And I think this whole global shift towards the SDGs and triple bottom line reporting is actually pushing a lot more companies towards skilling, towards doing community development. I think all of this movement, sustainability movement, which involves all the other SDGs, is moving in the right direction. So I think companies by and large are moving towards not just making profits, but also doing good to the community. So that's the first point, which the law drove. The second point I'd like to observe in my learning is that as India is maturing and our industry is maturing, a lot of senior corporate leaders, and I've worked with Mr. Ramdurai for 13 years, so I talk from my own perspective. When people like these visionaries get involved in skilling, there is a huge change that they bring, whether it's a Nandan, whether it's Mr. Bakshi in Odisha, whether it's a Mr. Nayak in NSDC, or an Azim Premji through the foundation. They do a couple of things. It's not just about funding, but I think they bring in thought leadership. They bring in breakthrough programs, which make a huge change. And just today's papers, today or yesterday's papers, were talking about how, 10% of India's rich actually own over 50% of the assets of this country, physical and financial assets. And that means that there are very many rich people in India, growing number of millionaires. And what happens when you have enough personal wealth is that you move towards a desire to do good to society. And leveraging the HNIs, not just for their funds, but for their visionary leadership, is a new thought that I'd like to bring in here. And why I'm convinced about it is we have a wonderful program in Odisha, which was actually triggered by exactly this thought, an HNI, and in particular the Bakshi family, that wanted to give back to Odisha and invested some of their personal wealth in doing it. And that little pilot has grown into a very huge program in Odisha today. And HNIs and the millionaires of the country, when they reach a Zen zone of wanting to be patriotic and giving back to society, it allows for a lot of experimentation to happen, which I'm sorry to say is difficult to do in the government ecosystem. You can try out new pilots, new experiments, new strategies, new technologies. And when these pilots work, they become proof of concepts, which then can be scaled up with government support. So that brings me to the third kind of learning that we have, that if you want to scale up, and India is such a huge country that even the might of the Tata Group or the Mahindras or the Reliances of the world can't address this problem on their own. You have to partner with the government for scale. And we have indeed at Tata Strive built very interesting partnerships, because government has the machinery, the scale, the institutions where these learnings from the various pilots, etc., can be actually implemented. There is, of course, one point with working with the government that and I call this a calibrated disruption that needs to happen, because in the government system, change doesn't happen as fast as it may happen with private sector. Well known, it happens across the world. And therefore, the disruption can't be drastic. It has to be a calibrated one while you demonstrate impact, but with the right kind of partnership, where you are not sitting on opposite sides of the table, but on the same side with the government, working towards a common vision, much as possible. And again, I quote our example from Odisha, where we are impacting 30,000 students in ITIs across Odisha, working with the government for the last 4 years, an immensely successful program, which I think is an example of how private sector and government can partner, because government then brings in funds and invests in, while we at Tata's also bring in funds, the government also brings in funds. And these are models for financing large-scale programs. Moving on to two other thoughts before I stop is, in India, while we rush towards quantity, what we tend to forget is the quality of the training. And therefore, a lot of the outcomes in many, many government schemes are nowhere where it should be. And we're perhaps not realizing that by creating these many free programs, and I don't exactly have things against being free. They should certainly be free for really deserving students. But we also need to be cognizant that young people do need to put some skin in the game. There need to be some payment for training simply to get that commitment. There is a danger, to my mind, of proliferating a sense of an entitlement among youth. And this in the long term is not good for any country that needs hardworking young people committed to building industry, building the community. I think that long-term impact of encouraging a sense of enlightenment is actually a danger. And finally, while we're focusing on employment, I think the other aspect is the available jobs are not enough for the 12 million that walk into the working space every year. Entrepreneurship has to be encouraged. And when I talk about entrepreneurship, I'm really referring to creating new entrepreneurs, not strengthening those that are already there. The startup ecosystem is limited at a premier level. The IITs and IIMs creating startups, that's a wonderful thing. It's a different level, but we need to build rural entrepreneurship, bottom-up entrepreneurship. And those entrepreneurs' needs for finances are very different. They need small collateral-free loans, and they need mentorship along with it. So their package of offering has to be crafted differently. And this is again a big learning that we have from the Nano Unicorn program. Again, in Odisha, Nasik, we're doing another entrepreneurship program. That's the learning that we have, that provide all the material to young people that they need, whether it's access to finance, quality mentorship, market, creating customer segmentation, education, etc. We have a mini MBA program for them. Provide them with all this and give them the money and then monitor them by creating revolving loans. Our experience is still too early, but we have reason for encouragement that these things will work. And therefore, creating rural entrepreneurship models with interesting and creative, innovative financing, I think is the need of the hour. I'll stop here. That's our experience, and I'll add more as we go along.
Thanks, Anita, for your very nice inputs, and especially the Tata way of giving back to the society, which you have highlighted. And I just want to want your comments on a few aspects, like at Tata Strive, how you are ensuring sustainability of the program, apart from the very rich support of the Tata Group and Tata Group companies also. What is how exactly you are trying to ensure sustainability of the program?
So we look at the programs in 2 or 3 ways. One is, of course, as I mentioned, that the funding options we do is revolving loans. For example, we have a program in partnership with GE where training is offered through a loan to a student, but the student is expected to pay back after they start earning. That's one model.
Somebody please mute yourself. I can hear a lot of noise coming. Those who are not talking, please mute yourself. Anita, please carry on.
Yeah. So that's one model. As I said, a student paid model is eventually where one should lead to, and we are experimenting with that. The second thing is, which again in our experience is that of through partnerships with the government, where we may bring in funds initially through, let's say, a Tata Trust, which funded the Odisha program initially, demonstrated the proof of concept. And then when the government was convinced, they actually took over that program and are funding it. So bringing in government funding brings sustainability to the program, and we are happy then to step back. The third thing is to empower the people. So we invest a lot in training of trainers. So whether in ITIs, we may train the ITI faculty. We have a program with Siemens where we are training the ITI faculty in new age techniques of teaching, project-based learning, activity-based learning. And all we are doing is just being the catalyst in an existing system. And once the existing system has adopted these behaviors, we are happy to step back because we've achieved our purpose. So sustainability can be brought by just being the catalyst for that change, putting in the funds. That happens till there's a tipping point and then moving back. These are the 2 or 3 strategies that we use by just changing the ecosystem.
Thank you, Anita. I think we have already discussed the role of industry by putting in their CSR funds into this program of employability, because employability development, because that's very much part of the Schedule 7 entries and all that. Fine, Anita, we'll come back to you if certain other questions come up during the course of this discussion. Now, I would request Mr. Riaz Mullah, who is heading the Leadership and Learning and Talent Development, Leadership, Learning and Talent Development at Tech Mahindra. Over to you, Mr. Mullah, for your valuable comments.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody, and thanks a lot. And thanks for being on this panel. I was just listening to and realizing that there's so much that so many aspects to look at. The focus of Tech Mahindra has been, especially in terms of skilling the youth, especially the underprivileged, and those, when you say underprivileged, whether it is in terms of financial, economic aspects, whether it is in terms of physical disability or inclusivity aspects, okay, and through the Tech Mahindra Foundation, so which can help these youths to enter a dignified, respected, financially independent life. And the idea is, as you get these youths to start participating and becoming parts of the talent ecosystem, then automatically it's not just they who will be transforming, but you are going to transform the households and the entire generations going ahead. So the focus through what we will be doing largely is what we call the smart centers, which is skilling for market technologies, okay, is focusing on employability, education, and inclusivity or disability through that. Okay. So we have got about the smart centers, 90 smart centers plus run in 11 cities, etc. Focusing on skills like healthcare, because what was found is that there is a huge shortage of paramedics. While hospitals are coming up, okay, there's a huge shortage of paramedics. It was there, and we realized, in fact, this came out very strongly. This started off a few years back. We have healthcare academies in Mumbai, Mohali, Delhi. Delhi is where the big one is. We recently started one in Pune. But the Mumbai, which is in Bandra, and the Mohali and the Delhi one were pre-COVID. And these health centers, the paramedics, this trained youths from this healthcare academy were able to provide huge amount of support during the COVID wave, and the kind of help and support that they did, I can narrate some of those impacts later on as we talk about. But sort of was a blessing in disguise, and we in fact ran more courses, specific courses, etc., so that both for during the COVID and then post in the vaccination drive also, these people were able to support them. The other area where we do a lot of work, the smart centers do, is in terms of hospitality, because again, the hotel sector, which is a booming sector, before that a hospitality sector, a lot of trained staff, support staff is needed in this, and that is where we also picked up a lot of our focus is there in terms of building those people in the smart academies. And then on the technical side, a lot of technical academies, whether it is in terms of automobile technician, CNC machine, fitter machine maintenance technicians, etc. And not only are these people then able to find a job here, but some of them have even been placed in Gulf countries, because there's a lot of requirement of these skills in the Gulf countries, and many of them have traveled to the Gulf countries and been able to do that. The other thing, especially with people, inclusivity, there's a lot of focus on women and people with disabilities. For women, a lot of centers were run, especially for young girls, 10, 12 standard, etc., who passed out, on becoming nursery and primary teachers, or supporting the nursery and the Anganwadis and the Balwadis. They require a lot of support in terms of the government has set up these Anganwadis and Balwadis, but they need trained staff which can support the teachers in terms of managing the young children. Unfortunately, that has now post-COVID, that has paused because of all of this happening online. But before that, this was one area where a lot of support was there. And then the curriculum has been specially designed for those with visual impairment or hearing impairment, and also for the orthopedically challenged. So that's the work that the smart academies have been doing over the year, whether it's in the logistics part, whether it's in the digital technology part. Because one thing that we realized very early on is that technology is going to drive most of the jobs, and it's very important at an early age to get these people tech enabled, so that and when I say tech enabled, understand digital technologies, whether it is simple elements like IoT, cloud, AI, very uh, basic elements of this, and understand it, so that when they get into the industry, they are able to understand and talk technology. So there are, in fact, 3 digital tech academies that have also been set up to help them. In terms of where we say funding and where we feel that the Tech Mahindra Academy is doing an important job is in terms of setting up a lot of these things. For example, for the healthcare academy, okay, and when you want to train paramedics, the bigger problem is how do you set up a dialysis unit? How do you set up a OT unit, so that these people get live hands-on practice? And that is where a lot of the challenge comes in for any new organization to set this up. And that is where a private sector and where companies like Tech Mahindra can play a role, is setting these things up, so that this infrastructure becomes a challenge, even if you're talking about digital or a logistics academy. Okay, so one is in terms of infrastructure. The other thing is in terms of knowledge, especially when you are setting up tech academies. How do you get the knowledge part of it? And that is where whether the Tech Mahindra IT people have been able to contribute in terms of defining the curriculum, in terms of providing some of those insights, in some cases even becoming faculties and going out there and contributing to training and teaching in this digital technology academy. So one support comes in terms of infrastructure for specialized areas like healthcare. The other comes in terms of the knowledge and the technology support, especially as we get into the high tech areas. The third area where we have been trying to do is how do we make this ecosystem self-sustainable? Because that is one of the key elements that the principles that we operate on. And how do you make them self-sustainable so that they are not dependent on the CSR fundings? And that is where we run a program called a Shikshantar, where we are trying to train and teach and build the capabilities of the faculties, whether it is in certain primary schools or whether it is in some of those tech academies. And that is where we've tied up with multiple cities and multiple, we take support of NGOs. We are the skilling partner for the Andhra Pradesh government. And we try to ensure that you make these academies independent, run by the NGOs, and train the staff so that they whether it is in terms of even in certain areas, we have feel that while the skills are there, the gap comes in, and because of a lack of confidence, because the person is not comfortable with the language, and that is where they are good in vernacular, but their English speaking abilities are limited, which results in a lack of confidence. And that is where we provide support, both in terms of training the faculties, as well as the Tech Mahindra people end up doing multiple mock interviews and interviewing skills, so that these people are able to then, when they go out independently, they are able to land up jobs, whether it is in Reliance, whether it is in Lemon Tree, whether it is in some of the top hospitals or some of the top hotels and industries in the hotels in the industry. So the idea again, the emphasis remains on how do you help them live a dignified, independent life going ahead, and reduce the dependency on Tech Mahindra and the NGO. So that is where our key principle occurred. Besides that, as part of our the corporate year, we also engage with with universities, do MOUs in terms of building the faculties on some of the new age digital skills, because we being in the IT sector get a first-hand exposure to new age digital skills upcoming, and that's where we also work with NASSCOM on the Future Skills platform, both for training our people on the future skills using the NASSCOM Future Skills program, plus contributing to the future skill programs in terms of mapping some of the digital courses to the new age learning objectives. So how do we map them to what could be the learning objectives for some of these programs? How do you map them? How do you build assessments that will ensure that the right things are being checked before we say that a person is certified on some of those digital skills? So those are the areas where we have been working with, whether in terms of education, in terms of employability, in terms of disability, in terms of building the ecosystem of faculties, and providing our expertise on the tech skills. I will leave it open now for any questions or anything that you have.
Thank you very much, Riaz. Especially, I would like to mention that the way you have brought in the training requirement of the sunrise sector, the new sector, the sunrise sector, the new age digital skills, and you are trying to work on that. That's really welcoming, and I hope that people will, obviously, those who are attending, they will take clues from there and try to work on those areas. I just have one few thoughts from you on the smart program which you run, Tech Mahindra, which provides skill development training with in 11 cities. If you can just share with the audience the modalities of it.
So multiple modalities that we use there, and when you say modalities, Assis, I understand, Assis, they are are you talking about the learning modalities, or if I'm, so that I understand correct, that the question correct?
No, it's not just learning modalities. I would like to hear from you about the entire program modalities and how you are actually bridging them with the requirements in the market at the end of the day.
So I think, yeah, brilliant. Let me probably then take it a little bit in detail. Take an academy and discuss how the academy works in detail. So the principles remain, as I said, education and employability. Okay, education for employability. So employability is the key, fundamental. And again, to reiterate, how do you make the person independent to lead a dignified life? That is one of the key principles that we have. So the first thing was to look in the market. Okay, yeah, I'll come to the sustainability aspect of the project as well. Okay, the first thing is to look into the market, and we identified 2 or 3 areas. One was, as I said, the healthcare area. The other was the hospitality area, and the third thing, which was digital tech. Okay, because digital technology, we all know, is where the sunrise is. So 3 areas are there. Besides this, there are also vocational skills, as I said, like those technical skills like welding and CNC machine engineering, and some of those stuff which probably happens in the ITIs kind of the world. Okay, so this would broadly be the 3-4 areas which we identified where today there are gaps. And when I said the healthcare, we identified the gap would be there in the paramedical. Well, there is because to build doctors, it's a very different and we cannot get into that. There is a whole institution that runs, or there's a whole machinery that runs for that. But paramedic support was something that we felt would be very much essential. So that is where we started setting up the healthcare academies first. The first element is, how do you identify and get the right students? So we identify the cities where we will set them up. We identify what is the kind of setup that would be needed. And we have tied up with the likes of Emerson and some of the industry leaders there. And with the help of that, we set up those healthcare academies. Then the next thing is, once you determine the prerequisites. So for example, if you take the healthcare academy, there has to be a certain sanctity, there has to be a curriculum, and there have to be courses which will be offered. For example, we offer diploma courses, we offer certificate courses, okay? And the diploma courses, right from 6 months the course, to you have a 2-year course as well, okay? For a medical laboratory technology or a medical record technology or X-ray and imaging, dialysis. So the diploma courses or the OT technician or the cardiac and critical care technician. So we identify what are the courses, the duration, what would be the prerequisites, how much of OGT on-job training that is needed. We also have identified the certificate courses will be 6 months, etc. And then volunteers from the Tech Mahindra Foundation as well as the Tech Mahindra employees volunteer to get into those areas where we feel that there are students who would be there but would be waiting for opportunities like that. And we run volunteering programs in the slums, in the areas, in those areas which are underprivileged. We tie up with NGOs in those areas. So sometimes you go directly, but most of the times we tie up, we identify a catchment area like Dharavi, or we identify catchment areas in the cities. And I'm speaking from Mumbai here. That's also done in cities like Delhi and Mohali, where we have, and now in Pune. And by approaching active NGOs in those areas, we run volunteering campaigns to get volunteers and students who will attend that. And then there is a sign up, there is a registration. The course, while the course is paid by the foundation, we do have a registration cost which is refunded back into the program, but that is done to bring in an element of seriousness into the program, into the organization, into the whole curriculum aspect of that. Throughout the program, we have this mock interview programs, we have the assessments which ensure that the student is on track. There is engagement activities with the families to ensure that the families are updated. And because many times, and that addresses the sustainability part, many times with these youths, the families themselves discouraged. They want their ward to immediately get any low-paying job wherever the guy gets in, or wherever the girl gets something. They want them to go into that job and get and start earning, and not wait for a 6 months or a 2-year program before they can get a job. So we have to work also with the families to ensure that they understand the progress, they understand the need to support their wards while they're going through the program. So that does help in the sustainability part. And there are this kind of engagement that happens. Along with this, there is also a personality development program that runs in parallel. The personality development program is there so that these people can then be very confidently face those interviews and also improve on their communication skills, because many times the lack of confidence is because of the communication skills. And then the placement happens. For the placement, we do engage with some of the private organizations. But more than that, our effort is to make these participants so confident in terms of the skills that they have garnered, also in terms of the personality, so that no matter where they give an interview, they should get selected. That is the process, and that is the principle that we apply. So I hope that answers your question end to end, from how do we identify what skills, how do we identify who are the students, how do we keep them engaged during the course of the program, and then post the course of the program, how do we deploy them?
Thank you, Riaz. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you with some more questions at the after we hear from other panelists as well. I would now invite Ms. Aparna Dua, Director of Asha Impact, to have share her ideas about impact, investors' perspective on the thematic areas. Over to you, Aparna.
Thank you, Assis. And I think it's been, wonderful listening to both Mr. Riaz as well as Anita earlier on, the work that their organizations are doing. So I think it's really incredible. And I think they've touched upon some of the key themes that, I wanted to also bring out. And it's absolutely music to our ears when we hear, partners in the field talk about this. Before I get into my perspective, would love to maybe just take a minute or two just to, talk about who Asha Impact really is. So we were set up back in 2014 by Vikram Gandhi and Pramod Bhasin. Vikram's had a very successful career in investment banking with Credit Suisse, Morgan Stanley, and is currently a professor at Harvard Business School, where he teaches courses in impact investing. And is also the advisor to CPPIB Canada Pension Plan in India. Pramod Bhasin, set up Genpact in India. I think a lot of people also recognize him as the father of the Indian BPO industry. He, has now set up Clicks Capital and, is on the board of a lot of nonprofits here in India as well. So Vikram and Pramod set up Asha Impact in 2014 with a dual purpose. One was to make impact investments, which is, for-profit investing into social enterprises. These are enterprises that have a social, environmental impact, but also are generating profits and hence are sustainable. So you're doing well and you're doing good at the same time. The other organization set up by them was a policy advocacy platform to engage with the government. And the thinking really was that, while we are making a handful of investments, if we really want to scale up the learnings that we have from our investing experience, that has to be done in partnership with the government, as, Anita also mentioned in her opening remarks. We do look at the government as the largest, outcome funder in that sense. So we do believe that if we are looking for true scale, that is, the path for, a lot of providers to at least work with the government. And it has its pros and cons. And I think Anita also touched upon that. So with that, with that framing as to, who Asha really is, wanted to now talk about how we, look at the skilling ecosystem, both from an investments perspective as well as from an advocacy perspective. I think as impact investors, as I mentioned, we're always looking for companies that are, doing good, so having that social impact as well as generating positive, social financial returns as well. So we do, look at that, and there have been, of course, a couple of interesting models, but we've not really seen ones that have, achieved real scale. I think the areas where we are seeing most disruption is really, in the areas of platforms. Just today in the paper is, Apna has obviously received $100 million and is now, the fastest unicorn. So we are seeing a lot of platform plays over there, that are helping connect people who are looking for jobs. Then there are others like, say, a Masai Schools or Aspiring Minds, Leap Skills that are actually focusing on. These are all for-profit models. I'm not, talking about non-profit models of the work, organizations like a Tata Strive or Tech Mahindra are doing or funding, but, more on the for-profit side, how startups really are disrupting this space. So there are those that are, really leveraging tech to help skill, young professionals, to help skill students, identify the exact employability gaps, whether it's on the hard skill side or on the soft skill side, and really help students make that leap from, where they are in colleges to actually finding that job. And making sure that they have the right skills to continue to work and in order to sort of come back for any sort of upskilling or reskilling as and when needed. These startups are also working with corporates in some capacity to make sure that their workforces are also have the right skill set that's required, as the entire skilling landscape is also evolving, and the Riaz touched upon the kind of digital skill sets that one requires today. So, making sure that, organizations, be it like small startups, non-profits or even larger corporates, actually have their workforce as the right skill sets. So, that's one piece. And then, of course, you have the likes of LaborNet that is, sustainably then training, blue collar workers, whether it's in, in the areas of, welding or masonry, etc. Riaz also touched upon this. So there are, service providers who have found ways to do this sustainably, where they are working, with the bottom of the pyramid to actually help skill them, or even the middle piece of the pyramid to actually provide the right skilling. So that's more on the investment side. The other work, that we're sort of seeing scale up, where Asha Impact has been an advocate, for many, many years now, is the area of blended finance. And I won't delve very deep into this. I know Ria, the other panelists will also be, talking about that. But I did want to, mention the fact that we are seeing a lot of interest in blended finance work, and this is nothing but bringing more outcome orientation, to such skilling models or other sectors as well. But I'm going to limit my comments to skilling right now. So one is, bringing more outcome orientation. The other is using a blended capital stack. So whether that's, CSR capital or HNI capital, as Anita mentioned, or its foundation capital, bringing that in with investor capital to actually create the right funding structures that are required to support and scale some of these startups or the programs that we're seeing. NSDC is doing this with the British Asia Trust. They're launching a Skill India bond, which should be out in the next month or so. In the past, I know Social Finance India and Tata Strive have also been, looking at programs to facilitate low-cost loans for students. Again, tying into the comment that Anita made, that how do you make sure that students or young professionals that are going through these skilling programs actually have skin in the game. Then we're seeing, I mentioned Masai, they are, using income share agreements, which is again a new way to unlock capital, or at least make, employability and skilling, come closer home to students and make that accessible and affordable for them, where they can actually start paying back student loans only once they have their jobs. We're seeing a similar model play out in the West as well, where they're called career impact bonds. So there are many such models that we're now seeing. Of course, we'll have to see how these scale up over time, but it's really encouraging to see different stakeholders come together and explore innovative ways in which we can finance skilling models, some of which I've touched upon, and happy to go into details as well. Social success notes are another way that you can, unlock funding for social startups, and make available low-cost loans for them, which then they can pass on to students, young professionals as well, where outcome funders or philanthropic capital can actually come in and subsidize, the cost of these loans. So that's the second piece, Aziz, that, one can look at pure play equity investments. You can look at blended finance that typically would offer muted returns from an investor standpoint. And you can really look at interesting partnerships as to how, different pools of capital come together to really, scale up these innovative models. The third really is, on government advocacy. So here again, Asha Impact has been partnering, with the Delhi government to launch the Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University. The thinking really was that, while there is an entire ecosystem of providers who are, providing 6-month or short-term training courses, some of them even go up to say as long as a year and a half. Can we really sort of scale apprenticeship models in India? So Delhi, University is now attempting to do that in about a month and a half's time. We will be launching a slew of courses, which are very focused and very skill-based, very, very practical, and, are built around the concept of providing a model to students which depends a lot on actually using skills, making it practical, making it hands-on, so that they're spending more time with industry on the shop floors and actually learning the skills rather than just doing it in a classroom setting. So this will be fairly innovative model and being tried for the first time. There are a few other courses that are doing this, but as an institution and as a university, Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University will be doing is also bringing in the principles from NEP, which allows students to sorry, join as well, to join as well as exit as and when needed. So it's going to be a fully credit-based system. And we're seeing a lot of interest from students for these courses. Some of them are around digital analytics, UI, UX, app creation, e-commerce, all these sort of, upcoming sectors where we are seeing a lot of, job requirement. So that's really, I'll stop there. So that's really how we engage. So both on the, investment side, on the blended finance side, as well as on the, government advocacy side. So we're, trying to play across the spectrum. I will make, two other quick comments. I think some of the other panelists have also referred to this, but I do think that, there is a serious need for us to look at how skilling is currently being done and provided through different service providers, and really make that more outcome focused. And by that, one is not just looking at, how many students or young professionals have been really skilled, but really looking at, outcomes such as retention and placement, because, that's where we see the real drop-offs happen. So I think that's, as an ecosystem, something that we really need to focus on as well. And whether it's funders, whether it's service providers, I think it will take, a lot of work on, on building on these two outcomes. And the last point I'd like to make is, the whole piece around employability. So there is a lot of focus that is on hard skills that's usually done by service providers, nonprofits, as well as others. But when one talks to employers, there's obviously a large gap between people who have the right technical skills or the hard skills, but they're still not employable. So if service providers or partners can actually look at solving that piece as well and integrate it into their training, whether it's digital literacy, financial literacy, soft skills, personality development, as Riaz mentioned and Anita mentioned, I think those are as important today as hard skills, because when you talk to employers, that's what they tell you, that we can go and recruit from colleges or from our various partners, but that's really the piece where they struggle, making sure that people are coming in with the right ethics and they come in with the right training. How do you really behave at a workplace? How do you sort of show up to time? How do you communicate? These are all very, very important skills which often get neglected because our focus is purely on providing the technical skills or the hard skills. So I'll maybe stop there, but just wanted to kind of, put these couple of points out there, and happy to take any questions that you have.
Thanks, Aparna, for your very insightful remarks. You tell me one thing, Aparna. I have one or two queries. One is how Asha Impact is leveraging their funding portfolio for skills, and what are the areas of concern for an impact agency in the current scenario?
Yeah, great. So happy to take both of these questions. I think when one looks at our portfolio, so Asha Impact as an organization is sector agnostic when it comes to investing. So we invest across sectors: education, skilling, employability, agri, healthcare, etc. Right? So we're not sector focused per se. So when we're evaluating business models, we're looking at them from two perspectives, whether they can scale, whether they're generating, the right exits, maybe say 5 to 6 years down the line. But also importantly, since we are an impact investor, looking at the overall impact. So who is it that the organization is really, working with as well? There are, of course, a ton of models that are working to upskill, people, not just students, but professionals as well. But that for us would not really be our focus segment, because we do ensure that any company that we're investing in is, has a very strong impact mandate as well. So that's really how we sort of, use our HNI Capital, we mobilize funds from HNI. So Asha Impact is really like a family office to 8 or 9 of some of the largest philanthropists, impact investors, as well as venture capital, PE professionals in India today. So we use their capital to really invest in models where we believe there is true impact being generated, and of course, the business model needs to be fairly strong. So that's the first point. In terms of challenges, Assis, I think the skilling ecosystem has, at least from an investor standpoint, we've not seen, or rather I should say an impact investor standpoint, right? Because both of these filters are important for us. So there are models that are, working with or sort of focused more on the upper part of the pyramid. So we're not really looking there. But when you start moving down towards the mid or the bottom of the pyramid, it does become harder for models to scale. So that as impact investors, we've seen some interesting models that I talked about, like a Masai or an Aspiring Minds, a Leap Skills, LaborNet. But we've not seen a ton of business models in the employability space. Where we have seen it is perhaps on the job portals, but providing that kind of skilling, because you have to mobilize, and Riaz touched upon this as well, right? You have to mobilize folks who then need to be charging them for the training, and trying to do that sustainability has been a bit of an issue. So we've not seen a ton of models over there, while there have been a few. So I would say that finding the right pipeline for us continues to remain a challenge on the equity investing side. Now on the blended finance side as well, I think the challenges are quite a few, and maybe I'll let Ria answer some of those. But identifying the right model to work with, it does take time to structure some of these bonds or blended finance instruments as well. Sometimes it's costly to do that. So there are a few challenges, but I do think we've come a long way since 2015, when the first impact bond was set up in India. Now we're seeing the market at an inflection point. So hopefully with a few more of these instruments in the market, we'll see some of the transaction costs as well as the go-to-market time also come down.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. We move on, and I'll come back to you, Aparna, at a later stage after we hear from Ria. So now I'd like to invite Ria Saxena of Innovative Financing, UNDP. So over to you, Ria.
Thank you, Assis, and thank you to all the panelists for such an enriching discussion, and a very big thanks to CII for organizing a very important discussion today. In terms of just picking on some of the threads that other panelists have also covered, I'd like to highlight that skilling, like I think Ms. Anita Rajan just mentioned, it's actually one of the most fundamental things to take ahead any kind of development in the country ahead. And no sustainable development can be complete without it. And that's a belief that we do share at UNDP as well. The kind of work that UNDP has done over the years has been, I would say, on two areas. One has been working with the youth, trying to impart them technical skills and also soft skills, as Aparna was saying, which are very important. Sharing those kind of skills with them so that they're able to take informed decisions about the career choices they want to make, and are more empowered as they go ahead and decide different kind of vocations that they'd want to pick. So that's a huge area of focus for UNDP, and we've been doing work specifically a lot with women over the years. There are a number of partners that we've worked extensively with around skilling for women. And on the other side is where we have work with corporates, where we're trying to work with them to really understand what are the skill gaps that are there in the industry, and potentially what are the areas where there is more need to train people. I think Mr. Mullah mentioned about trying to understand what are the gaps, for instance, in the IT sector, and trying to address those by the training that is provided to a number of young young people to help close that skilling gap is very critical. Going beyond some of the work that, we've been traditionally doing, there's another sort of important area that we realized is as important as much as, say, imparting these kind of skilling and training programs, has been around understanding how can we unlock financing for various development projects, of which skilling is a very big area. And as Aparna had just mentioned, there's a lot of focus and interesting conversation in the industry about using instruments such as impact bonds or social success notes or any of these other kind of blended finance products to scale scaling initiatives. And we found these to be a rather interesting tool. I think blended finance instruments like impact bonds lend themselves really well to skilling initiatives, simply because the outcomes are often very clearly measurable. You can define the level of skilling that an individual is going through, and for each outcome achieved, a service provider can be paid accordingly. So it's a very clear attribution of skills that can be done. However, I think as Aparna also touched upon, it's not that easy to structure a lot of these blended finance deals. Often these are very time consuming. There are multiple players and parties who have to be brought to the table, and often they come from different perspectives, which does become a challenge to find the right sort of mix and agreement and alignment amongst all of them to agree on the blended finance deal. Another piece that we've studied upon very recently in depth has been around the legal challenges that often exist in structuring instruments such as impact bonds or such as guarantee models where low-cost loans are being provided on the basis of a guarantee by a philanthropic organization. And what we did see in a nutshell, we went actually into depth of understanding the CSR law, the income tax, the GST regime, FCR, and all different sort of laws that operate while you're trying to structure these deals. What we did see was that fundamentally there do come up challenges in blending different types of capital. Our systems are best geared to keep philanthropic capital within the philanthropy realm, which basically means that there are no returns earned on this money. Or on the other side, investment capital kept mainly to earn a return and not be used for charitable purposes. So the distinction of these two, sort of sources of capital makes it legally often difficult to structure blended finance deals. However, what we do see is that there are many structures that have been also developed over a period of time that have been able to overcome a lot of these kind of challenges. At times, it is still challenging to use CSR capital, for instance, as risk investment capital for an impact bond. That may still exist, but there are ways that a lot of, say, corporates are getting more innovative around and willing to experiment to take the conversation ahead. Even in our interaction with a number of policymakers, there's a lot of curiosity about how can these instruments be scaled and what can be done to create a viable legal and enabling environment for such blended finance instruments. And that really helps take the case ahead. I think another important point that we've learned over the years with the skilling conversation is that skilling, while we're able to figure the technical skilling aspect well, and we're able to say, understand the different instruments that can unlock financing for these skilling instruments, it's equally important to also focus on the 21st century skills. I think with the rapidly fast changing pace of work that's happening, and with this huge move in India as well, just like other countries, towards more sustainable activities, a number of sectors very soon will start to face some sort of redundancy or not that much of investment flows. So for instance, sectors such as solar power, wind, sustainable agriculture, all these sectors where we see that the future is towards sustainability. Those sectors are the ones where there will be sort of a huge increase in skills that'll be required. So transitioning to these kind of sectors and transitioning the workforce to these sectors is very important. And that's another area where green jobs or trying to train and get ready for green sort of projects and activities is an important area where we see the market needs to start providing more training as well. And this is an area where corporates, a lot of forward-looking corporates are also asking for more skilled workforce around these areas. And along with the new and the new and upgraded areas of technical skills, there's also the need, as I mentioned, for 21st century skills, which are really focused on a lot of the softer aspects that Aparna also mentioned. How do you work in a team together? How do you solve problems in a very congenial manner with your team? How do you really try to present yourself so that you are taken seriously at the workforce? These are equally important skills that we feel also need to be emphasized during the training programs, simply because with this rapid changing sort of environment where technical skills may require a lot of upgrades, the attitude with which the youth will engage in these new roles will play a very significant role. So an attitude towards learning, towards being okay with the ambiguous environment that's going to be thrown to them over the coming few years is becoming all the more important to train around. Probably with this, I'd just pause and ask for any questions or any clarifications, Assis, if you'd like.
Yeah. Thank you, Ria. Thank you very much for your very thought-provoking comments and sharing of your thoughts. Just one or two few questions. One is how UNDP can play a very crucial role to initiate policy changes for bringing investment in scheme. And also, I would also like to ask you that what are the areas where corporate can leverage this, this to bring these changes? How corporate can play a role in this?
Sure. So I think on the first question around how can UNDP nudge policy changes that ensure there's more investment in sectors such as skilling, I think what we've done from our end has been twofold. One has been extensive research that we've done to identify what are some areas, say, for instance, within the education and the skilling space, where there could be more scope for public-private investments. And we did an extensive sort of study as a part of the SDG Investor Map, where we were trying to identify specifically areas where policy environment is already favorable to some extent, but there is some sort of, say, lack of clarity, or there is some sort of hesitation from investors to come in and participate in deals. So those are areas where we've presented to the relevant sort of stakeholders involved to suggest that if there are clarity on certain areas, this would help in facilitating more investments or more sort of role of private sector participation for skilling deals. So that's an area that we did take up as a part of the SDG Investor Map and did extensive consultations around as well. I think on the second end, the kind of research that UNDP has done has been very technical in nature. So for instance, the India Skills Report, in collaboration with a number of other partners as well, has laid out sort of extensive recommendations that has been proposed to the government, including other sort of policymakers involved within the Education and Skilling Ministry, to suggest how we could really sort of build a pathway and a roadmap to develop more conducive policies for skill development. And the role that UNDP has typically seen itself play in the area of policy is to first conduct research, vet that research against what's happening in the market, try and get and build sort of a consortium to suggest that these are not just recommendations that are coming in from a particular organization, but are more of the voice of the industry, and build consensus around those. And further go ahead and present some of those challenges as a neutral body to the various ministries to see how that work can be taken ahead. So that's on our sort of approach towards policy advocacy that we've often taken. On your second approach of what role can corporates play, I think there is, I think as Ms. Anita Rajan also, started and shared, there is a very interesting sort of mandate that's forced a lot of corporates to look at development projects, including skilling, which makes direct sense from them, not just from their CSR perspectives, but also from the business perspective, from a continuity perspective. So that business case, I think, of investing in skilling, of investing in building a workforce that will be able to take up projects for the future is something that we see companies understanding. We've often held dialogues with a number of corporates who value skill development often above a number of other development priorities because they see a very direct sort of value in their supply chain or over the long run for themselves. So that's something we see is happening. I think beyond that, another sort of interesting way we can see corporates coming into this conversation is, as I mentioned earlier, via blended finance deals. These can really help bridge the gap. At times market does fail, as Aparna was mentioning. There are not very many models that have scaled within the skill development industry. There are very few. And often these have been funded by impact investors to begin with. And despite that, many have not really gone off and taken the large scale that we had initially hoped that they would. So the fundamental gaps that are there in the business models, which are sort of requiring more patient capital, that is where philanthropists and foundations can come in and help sort of build the cushion that is required for then a number of more investors to come in and give more capital towards to take those kind of businesses and startups ahead. I think a number of large corporates can also play the role of a mentor to a number of young skilling startups who are trying to establish their ground. Very often, just by sharing of information, a lot of corporates can provide grounds to a number of young sort of entrepreneurial ventures that would want connects and can then accordingly start building a backbone of resources who are equipped to deal and provide those resources. So corporates can share the knowledge, can share the existing networks, can share the resources, can also participate via the investment arms into blended finance deals. There are many avenues for them to explore.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope you have touched upon, Aparna has also touched upon this very important aspect of the soft skills, the new age skills and other things. Anita, so far I know our Tata Strive has also got a very focused attention towards these development of soft skills and behavioral aspects of it. Can you just touch upon very shortly how Tata Strive is looking into the entire subject of this and the new age skills as well?
Sure. So actually, when we started off, we were the new kids on the block way back in 2015. And at that time, when we did a research, we looked around us as what was working, what wasn't. Very clearly, one thing that stood out was that what was coming in the way of the low employability figures that India had was really these, life skills, employability skills, soft skills, call them whatever you want. That was the missing lacuna. So we actually focused on building in-house, completely a program with experts that we took on board on what we call as the youth development module. And what that does is it actually attacks and goes below the iceberg. There's an iceberg model really where your external behaviors are actually a manifestation of your attitudes, the baggage that you carry from your childhood and all of that. And unless you get into that space with young people and make them feel self-confident, build self-resilience, etc., you can't just overlay domain or trade skills and hope that they will get employed. It doesn't work that way. So 40% of our training is really on that. And to make that a success, we introduced for the first time in vocational education, coaching. Our faculty are coaches. They are not just trainers. And the training of our faculty gives them these techniques of actually becoming a mentor and a coach. What's the difference? The coach actually asks questions and doesn't tell them the solutions. It, through the art of questioning, enables students to find answers to themselves, which then results in a state of mind where they feel more confident that I can, with using my own thinking abilities, craft my own solutions. And that begins to build confidence. So all our programs, every single one of them, whether we are training auto technicians or we are training people in cybersecurity, 40% of the training really is on building this foundation. When you build this foundation, it's just whatever you put on top of it is stronger. And Assis, when we have our graduating programs, when students are passing out, when we ask them, how did the training impact you and what is your takeaway? Every single one of them talks more about the youth development module and how that impacted their personality than about what they learned in the electrician program, other skills. So I think these are critical. They are what comes between a student and a job. And coming to digital skills, that's the second area that in the last 2 years we are focusing on. Every one of our programs actually has always had digital skills. But I think what COVID has done, and the good thing of COVID is that it has advanced the changes by 10 years. What would have taken 10 years to happen has happened now. So everybody's embracing this whole digital skilling, learning online. Our faculty are trained to deliver online. And that's a wonderful thing because every student now needs to learn online because that's the future. And if we don't train our children to do that and take responsibility for their learning, we will actually be doing them a big disservice because this is not the first and the last pandemic. There are going to be more such disasters. We are going to have to learn through technology. And it is our duty to teach that to our children. That's my firm belief. So both digital skills and employability skills, I think, are extremely critical today.
Thank you, Anita. Because I remember I once visited one of your centers near Agartala, which was running with the collaboration of Indian hotels. And I remember
that's right.
The way the participants or the trainees, they were reacting to this youth development program. So I just remembered that and I thought that.
Oh, thank you. The new experience that yourself.
Yes. Riaz, I have a question for you. That what is your recommendation for as a corporate to ensure sustainability of the skilling ecosystem as such?
The challenge that we see is in terms of when you build, how do you ensure that for the scale to happen, these programs get funded, okay, by the industries which will need them. For example, if I say take the AC refrigerator course, okay, can a Voltas or a Kelvinator do that? Okay, if you take a technician course, can those people from those industries, when they fund it? So for example, when we look at technology courses and IT companies, we as IT companies need engineers, technology engineers. So it is in our interest to fund and to work with universities to build their faculties in digital skills, so that when the students come out, we can approach them and have a better selection there, because now we know that we have, in a sense, helped build the curriculum which is related to technology. So similarly, for some of the vocational training programs, one of the things that we are trying to see is that how can we get the industries in those particular sectors to start coming and becoming part of the ecosystem, so that one, they can make the curriculum richer and more practical oriented, and two, they get direct access now to workforce which is ready for them. Okay, so that is one idea on which we are working, where we feel that that will then automatically make the corporates also interested in the program, and then that meets it. And then when you go to a population saying that we have this particular industries, not the industry, but this particular companies who will be then absorbing, not just deciding the curriculum, but also absorbing you at the end of the program, then the ability to attract the right candidates also goes very high. Okay, so those are some, that is one of the things that we feel is a model that can help get sustainability better.
Good. Very nice. Very nice. Aparna, I have another question. As an say impact investor, how are you looking at the ROI of your program or return of investments? What are those areas you are looking to?
Right. So, Assis, when we are looking at an investment, I think so, it's not sort of dependent sector to sector, right? I mean, of course, there are some overarching expectations to say, not just like what my ROI is going to be like, but where is it that I'm really going to be able to get an exit? Is it through an IPO, or is it through, a strategic sale to another, or a potential merger or acquisition? But I think, as I mentioned, in skilling, we've not really seen those kind of models, because the kind of scale that you would need to achieve for larger investors to come in to give you that kind of exit of you to IPO have been far and few. But however, I mean, as any sort of impact investor, you would look at some sort of market-based returns, and there's usually a spectrum against which you would benchmark yourself to say, am I okay with, say, a 10%, 15%, 20% return? On the blended finance side, though, we will, because those are more sort of impact and outcome focused solutions. We do, as investors, have more sort of muted returns, muted expectations for returns. So, those could broadly be, say, in the, in the 8 to 15% or 8 to like 12% kind of a range. But again, I think as investors, I mean, one obviously has to think of that as impact investors, but we are, one of those unique firms, I would say, that plays at the intersection of investing, at the intersection of government and advocacy, as well as blended finance. So when we are, engaging with a partner, one is looking at it from, different lenses to say, would this model really fit the equity investing bucket? Should we look at it under blended finance? Or, as you know, Mr. Mullah also just touched upon, is this a partner that we could somehow engage with, through with the government, whether it's, the work that we're doing with the Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University, or, with other governments? Can we help, a particular entrepreneur or a nonprofit open up doors for government programs? So we look at it across the spectrum, but, just to answer your question on the investment side, it's usually a spectrum that any investor would look at. There are investors who are okay, to compromise on the financial returns if they are seeing real value add from the social, impact that's being delivered by a given organization. So there are those, and there are others that, are expecting more of a market-based return. So it's usually a spectrum, even when you look at the impact investors today in India.
Good. That's a very new perspective to many of us, actually.
Yeah, I did to quickly touch upon and add to what Mr. Riaz also was saying. I think the role that corporates can play, I think, is absolutely fundamental, because at the end of the day, if you put yourself in the shoes of a student or a professional, a young professional who's undergoing a skill training, whether it's a 3-year-long degree program like the apprenticeship models that I talked about, that Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University is championing, or some of the smaller, shorter training programs, whether they are 6 months, 3 months, 1-year-long programs that other providers have. Corporate partnerships can really help strengthen these programs, because the kind of insights that you get from the industry, who are ultimately going to be employing the students coming out of these programs, is absolutely valuable. So whether they come on board as partners who can help you with the curriculum, partners who can help students with internships, with apprenticeships, or just help provide sort of on-the-job training to students in the form of guest lectures or students visiting industry to get a deeper perspective on how what they're learning about in the classrooms, how does that actually get transacted in the real life. I think that's really, really invaluable. In fact, even Anita, talked about, say, the program that they are doing with GE in healthcare, or what Riaz talked about. I think those partnerships are absolutely, fundamental for such programs to really succeed. And obviously, then on the providers themselves, I think we talked about the hard skills and the soft skills, how that's really important. So it's got to be a partnership, and I think it has to come together right from the beginning. So you can't go through like a program and then go to the industry and say, I have cohort of students now, can you sort of employ them? But if partners can engage with industry right up front, I think that's sort of a better model, which a lot of people have started to do as well. So they can inform the curriculum, the pedagogy, they can help support with internships, apprenticeships, and really make sure that, and it's a win-win situation for both, right? For the students coming into the programs, because they know at the end of the program, there are obviously interested parties that are, that have invested their time and effort in creating the program. For the corporates, it means having to spend lesser on onboarding and training of students when they join the corporates as well. And obviously for the service provider, for the funders, also it makes a lot of sense, because then they know that the program is tailored appropriately, both for the students as well as for the industry. So I think it's a win-win for all, and that partnership that industry can have with the providers of this training is absolutely fundamental.
Thank you, Aparna. I think we are running short of time, but I'm alluded to ask one question to Ria, because you see, as part of UNDP, since you are I think you play a very important role in the policy changes and policy formulations and all that internationally. So one big thing is that skill development, skilling, this entire subject is cutting across many SDGs, if I'm not incorrect in my thinking. Now, the question which remains in India is the participation of corporates is restricted. So far as CSR funding is concerned, that it should not be for the benefit of the business. But as Aparna just mentioned, that, the corporates can very well help in providing on-the-job training. Because we all know that many of the skills, or the skills of the blue-collared employees, that are very, very dependent and very, very specific of the corporate needs. A company requires a specific skill for its operation, which is not available thereon, and the technical schools or the skill development centers cannot give that particular skill. So one has to come to the ecosystem of a company, of a corporate, and learn that. But since it is related to the business operations, the CSR fund will not go there. So how the policy can be made or tweaked, and can some recommendations could be made to the government that these are important things and these are part of the social development spectrum. But since it is brought by law, how to deal with such situations, or how internationally that is being recognized?
I think that's a very interesting and a rather tricky question, I would say. I think from the perspective of the government, whenever you have a conversation with anyone on the CSR law, for instance, the intent is always that this is something that has to be not directly related to the company, and it is something that's done for the greater good of the society. And from a lawmaker's perspective, a very clear argument could be made that the corporate is not doing any kind of social service per se by just providing training for a skill that it requires very specifically. It could be seen as investing from a corporate's perspective into the further development of its own workforce, which in a way it would anyways try to do for its employed workforce. So from their extension, it becomes a rather tricky position to say that this is not about pure social service and this is sort of linked to the larger agenda that you as a company would also want to promote. So look at this from funding it from your sort of resources of pool, which is allocated for, say, HR development, or which is sort of, say, allocated for activities which are more forward looking for that sense. So it's sort of an investment back into the future growth of the company by skilling the right kind of employees for that. I think there is a larger question to be debated whether we actually want this fundamental perspective to be shifted, only because when the government is making a policy, they really try to make it from the perspective of ensuring there is no misuse. Even if this one case, if you're able to win and take it ahead, the fear of misuse and this policy being taken up for a number of other sectors and a number of other activities, which corporates can very well on their own define that this is in the interest of the larger good, but it's really directly just targeted for them, can open a Pandora's box. So probably a cautious line will have to be maintained. And something that we've often heard from lawmakers is that we're not trying to make the law from an exception standpoint. We're making it really from the perspective of where it can be mistreated. So that's something we've often respected as a position from the government, because providing guidance is not that easy in these kind of cases. But I think the middle part to this, because I do understand the perspective as well, that there needs to be a little bit of more opening up that's required, that can help and incentivize corporates to take up these cases more often. That's also a thing that's required. I think probably exploring some kind of special incentives for corporates to allocate more resources towards skilling is something that could be taken up. And we've seen this, I think, with a few countries, for instance, with the impact bond models. The UK has really sort of pioneered the impact bond model, where the government is coming in as an outcome funder and saying that I'm willing to provide more capital for this, and let's get investors on board who are willing to provide the risk investment, and we try to give them a small interest component on top to actually take up the risk of the performance. So having a model where the government is saying that, we're willing to support and cushion you, but the corporate has to come in and bear a risk, is sort of potentially a way ahead to incentivize more corporates to come in and explore, more of funding towards skill development initiatives. And in a nutshell, what that would mean is, say, utilizing CSR capital more for blended finance kind of transactions, where the integration of the two can happen. And that's an area where, we're trying to really drive for more policy freedom and openness, not just a blanket sort of shift, I would say, in that sense, on just the CSR loosening, because a rather risky ground to tread there.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's a question, I know it's very difficult to answer, but I was alluded to ask you because the corporates are also struggling with these questions and how they can, really make an impact on the skilling front. So thank you very much. I think if anybody has to say anything, you are welcome. But I think we have already overshot the time. So if you do not have any further points to discuss, then I will hand it over to Shubhankar for the closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitro. Thank you for this engaging discussion, and this discussion has set a roadmap. Definitely, we will take the recommendations and we will put it in the right forum to discuss further. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Over to Dalia, please.
Delighted to have all of you. And this is the closing of our second edition of the Skillist. In the 1.5 days time, we tried to cover up all possible aspects of the present scenario of the sector, starting from impact of COVID, impact of digitization, followed by how national education policy has a additional role to integrating vocational education with the mainstream education. And also we have a focused discussion section for MSMEs and what are their concerns on the as far as the skilling is concerned. So we got a host of issues which probably we can take this up and take this forward, and looking forward to support from all of you to take help when we are moving ahead with those issues. With that hope, we are closing the session and hope to see you in the next edition too. Thank you participants also for being with us for these 1.5 days. I hope you have also have your own takeaways, and we will collect it and we will send you a composite documentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.